Oh
Oh,
god.
no.
Amy, why?
I didn't do shit.
You should
Who
have
doesn't-
sensed the issue that was gonna happen.
Who
He did
is
all of this himself. He already had all of this.
else
But you're
is
reminded
excited
No.
for tonight's game?
I'll fucking leave tonight's game.
Don't be like that. Come on.
I'm still a little oofed from getting bonked thrice before my day even started.
I'm sorry you got bonked all to hell.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, do you have medicine?
I already took 2 painkillers throughout the day.
Whew.
It's just
Well,
a
feel
nice
free to load up on painkillers because that's free real estate.
I'm counting down the minutes.
Whew. Okay. So, who remembers what happened last time?
Interaction with Maxine. We got her out of cyberspace. And she was explaining what she did, and then she agreed. We opened box. Box had blood sample in it. And a weird SD card of some sort. She agreed to look into blood sample.
Mm-hmm. In
Okay.
exchange for a Japanese cookbook provided and translated by Neon, and apparently a coffee cake from Kaya because she altered the deal.
Yeah. She made it. I explicitly made her do that just so she could have a Star Wars reference that Kaya wouldn't be able to understand and appreciate.
It hurts me every time.
And now Iris gets it.
Mm-hmm.
And then
So
Yes, but
Kaya-
Lockhart still doesn't.
Then
That's
Kaya
fine.
and Ben Getty had fight.
Kaya. Oh yeah, because you found out that Ben Getty had effectively made a bunch of copies of
Larry.
Larry.
God, I can't remember his name. Made a bunch of copies of Larry, who he had been experimenting on in lieu of experimenting on a person. And then you had to explain to him in so many words that nope, not any better, not any better. And I'm going to use that as a segue into part of the lore revamping and reworking. I'm going to say that for the sake of making the internal mechanics of the world kind of make sense, there is artificial intelligence, and there's basically like an exponential scale, right? And once you get past a certain point, you have what is effectively an algorithm that is so intelligent it is indistinguishable from human, and that has only ever existed. So part of the original setting in Grand Cross is that androids are fine, like that they're a thing. They've already moved past the android rights movement, and I'm like, okay, fine. But I feel like that's an entire thing that can't really exist with the dynamic of cyberpunk, because we're not even close to that and can't frame ourselves around a normal human level of equality. So I'm not gonna bother with trying to do that. So I'll just say, for the sake of the game, there aren't androids, but there are people who have full body prosthetics. There aren't human equivalent robots. Larry would be one of a kind. Well, now he's one of 7, but you know what I mean. But yeah, his like functioning is more appropriate and miraculous in the setting, because it's not something that is like replicatable in a sense beyond just taking that and copying it and getting the same thing and then altering it in different ways, but like building it from the ground up is a totally different ballgame. That said, there are robots and other sort of mechanical things, and there's still cyborgs, obviously, and what people refer to as androids or Andes are people who have full body prosthetics, and it's a derogatory term because it is supposed to signify that they are less than human.
Gotcha.
It's yeah. So androids, in the sense that they are robot equivalents to humans, not a thing. The term android and what we perceive to be an android as just like a robotic thing that takes your order and at a restaurant, that exists. The word android in the setting is used to describe somebody who has a full body prosthesis, and it is an ableist slur. Effectively. Yeah. So that is the standing of android, and that's one of the things that I'm going to put in big lore doc eventually.
So, question, just for clarification. Doesn't Neon have basically a full body prosthetic?
No. Full body prosthetics all over your body and full body prosthetic are two distinct things. So a full body prosthetic would be brain, organs, like lungs.
Yeah,
and
she's not that far gone. She has
General
a lot of
Grievous.
her body replaced, but
yeah, she like Neon would still have some level of skin and veins, like internal organy parts that are
'Cause I
exposed
thought it
and
was
fleshy.
just like it was fake skin or whatever.
Mm.
So my misunderstanding. Sorry.
Okay, so
you're
like,
good.
is it more robotic than General Grievous or less robotic?
It would be basically General Grievous. General Grievous would be considered an Andy.
Okay.
So, like, there is nothing. All of the external facing organs, aside from the eyes, are gone. Everything is internal. You are like other ways that people refer to them in derogatory terms are like, fucking like meat can,
Oof.
shit like that. Yeah, anything to make them sound like they are subhuman because they just have a prosthetic. And these are not people who have all willingly gotten a full body prosthetic. Some of these are people who survived accidents and were put into a full body prosthetic. Again, it's not all like the mentality of prosthetics still apply to them. It is just a matter of, okay, well, if you can afford it, then yeah, you can go from like effectively having a body that has succumbed to, for example, ALS, and be given a second chance at life. Literally, you just get a new body, and all of the physical parts get to be replaced except for the internal organs, and for the most part, you're able to return to your day-to-day life. Asterisk, prejudice included. But yes, that is a slight lore update / change.
Just to show us how important and weird Larry is.
I didn't expect Larry to be. I expected Larry to only be important to Kai. I did not expect him to be important at all. This is news
Surprise,
to
bitch.
everyone.
He,
Surprise!
yeah, happy birthday, get fucked. You accidentally made something revolutionary.
She actually did make him on her birthday too.
I'm also going to say, for full clarity, the current year, I believe I posted this in the wrong chat. Good one, Joe, you fucking putz. It's 2088.
Okay.
That is the year.
Kai was born in 2060.
Yes. Also, lore update. Grand Cross has been in space for... Let me make sure I have the right document.
20-something years, 30-something years.
I believe, yeah. So it was constructed and completed partially in 2040. So it's been space-bound. Sorry, 2081 is the year, not 2088.
Okay, 2081.
Yes, 2081 is the year.
Okay.
The first part of the station was in space in the year 2041. So this would be the 40th anniversary of the launch of Grand Cross. Basically, like the only real part that had initially been launched into space was, I believe, it was Verne Station and Voyager Ward, which were basically a package deal. It was a micro. It was a massive structure that was built upon and expanded out into the form it is now. But yeah. And I think that's it for the most part. You would all know all of this. You would also know that like just this general timeline stuff of when the last corporate war was, what the phrase second impact refers to, what the phrase the acceleration period is, the Lagrange treaty. All of these different things are relevant to just a general understanding, or are just sort of like everybody who's on Grand Cross would know this. So the Lagrange treaty is a treaty that was signed at the United Nations, which has since changed the name to UNOE, UNOE, for the United Nations of Earth, because they are recognizing the sovereignty of Grand Cross as its own, like, fledgling nation. It is basically like America 2, because the first one was, well, it kind of went off the rails to some extent because of corporate wars. So this one is like, this time for sure, definitely no corporate problems up here in space where all these corporations are. But there have been 3 corporate wars. All of this, like, technological advancement and everything took place basically over the course of 20 years, from 1990 to 2010, after a meteor hit the planet and jump-started the technological revolution with some of what it brought with it, and that's the acceleration period. And that was a global phenomenon. Every country across the globe started to hyper advance at a much more accelerated pace. The Lagrange treaties, this United Nations, they came together to agree to formalize a new nation that is predicated on freedom and equality. Ha ha ha. And it's fine. Until it wasn't. Which is where we're at now, kind of. The Third Corporate War ended I think right around the time that, because 2060, 1, 2, 3, yeah, it would have ended maybe early 2070s, if late 2060s, somewhere in there. So it would have been concurrent with your backstory, Z. So you would have been
Cool.
like very, very young. And of course, Earth is still poisoned and desolate and shitty. Home to mostly factories and whatever can be sucked from the crust. But, yeah, that is the lore update. What's another? This one. And y'all are currently, I believe it was like kind of setting towards the end of the day with the light in the sky getting close to that twilight looking period. Kaya having just left Ben Geddes after having reclaimed the other Larrys 2 through 7, or 2 through 6. And I think at some point Legacy had gone to check up on Cosmic,
Yep.
who had gone kind of quiet for the past few days. He's doing well. He's picked up a new hobby that is something.
Is concerning.
So you would have learned about that. And also Lockhart, right around the time that most of this, I would say the evening would wrap up. We can start with Kaya and Legacy reconvening.
Amy is AFK. So we cannot start with Kaya and Legacy.
Beans! That's fine. But we have Lockhart, who has been reviewing various legal documentation from just stacks upon stacks of paper. And I forget, did Neon help with that?
I don't remember that being said, but I might be
Okay.
wrong.
I can't remember if there was an explicit thing Neon had set out to do, but I do remember that you were looking at the documentation and I was like, I don't remember if Neon paired up or if Neon had a separate agenda item. But that is where we last left off. And I suppose Neon, what did you have on your agenda? You were going to go get another session in on your I forget the name of it.
Here.
The chromatic hair plugins. I don't have a list of implants.
I can't hear you, Piper.
I hear nothing from Xenon.
I think they're fighting with Piper's mic again.
Oh,
Sorry, I'm trying to work it out.
There we go.
you're good. Hey.
Oh, can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good.
Get this guy. Okay, so Neon, what was on your agenda? Because I don't actually think I had you down for anything.
I believe I was finishing off my hair implants,
Mm-hmm.
and then money, just lots of money.
Yeah, so it's gonna be just a general push for everyone getting some funding, were there any pressing interactions that anyone wanted to happen that would take place at a different point in time? Because I think Legacy, you wanted to talk to Marcus at some point about something else?
Oh no, that was a conversation that I said would have already happened
Oh, okay.
about the shit that went
Gotcha.
down at the bar. She had questions for him.
Gotcha. Is there anything for Lockhart?
I mean, how far into the documents would you have been at this point?
You would probably be, let's see, it's been, what, 3 days? 2 days? Or is this, no, this is the same day of the heist, isn't it?
No, it's
Yeah,
the
I
next,
think so.
I thought it was the next day.
Next
This
day?
point. Because yeah, we went to Maxine's and we went home, I think.
Right.
And then
Yes.
the next day was when Kaya, because she brought breakfast or something.
Oh yeah, tacos.
Yes. So, you, after, it depends. Do you want to sleep through the night, or do you want to, not run yourself ragged on it?
She'll burn some of the midnight oil, I guess.
Okay. All right. So you would have gotten through probably about 70% of it, because the bulk, you would quickly determine that a huge chunk of it is just legal base covering, right? Accounting for every which way that Tetsuo could be held accountable or liable for anything that could or would go wrong. Given the nature of Gronik Krishnov's position at Tetsuo, his entire goal was to absolve them of responsibility and liability.
I mean,
But... Oh, go ahead.
oh no, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. I was going to say, just for the most part, everything that you found, there's other specifics that might come into play later, but aren't significant at this time. But everything else that I had mentioned to you outside of session, you
Okay.
would know and to be able to share if you wanted.
Yeah, because if I remember correctly, last session, Bengetti essentially, in a quote unquote polite way, told me to get the fuck out.
Yeah, he said that he likes alone time and wants his alone time, and said it in a very biting way.
Yeah. She probably would have stayed the night again, and she would ask him the next morning if doubt, but if he had heard of any of the terminology, essentially.
Okay. So if we'll just pick up there for the time being. You would stay the night, wake up, and Bengetti doesn't typically sleep in super late. You're all good. But when you do find him awake, like groggily shambling upstairs, having fallen asleep in some part of his lab again, as is ritual. Again, there's no windows. It's very time disorienting, but it always has a vague feeling of either early morning or late at night in his kitchen living room area. But when you see him, you could ask him about any of the terminology used. It depends on what specific things you're asking, whether he might know it.
Okay. Let me first of all go to our DM so I can just quickly re-get what I was told here.
Mm-hmm.
But Lockhart would a little begrudgingly, but no one would know that because she's the only one awake right now. She would have made some of those stupid freaking shakes,
Mm-hmm.
and would
Perfect.
have one. She would have one next to her, which she'd been sipping on throughout the night, and there would be one on the counter for Bengetti.
Awesome. So, I imagine Lockhart to be in classic disheveled professional wear, like white collared shirt with the sleeves rolled up.
Yeah,
And no, go ahead.
she was at her casual attire that I mentioned previous session. The skirt, the white shirt, kind of like white loose kind of button shirt. So, yeah.
Awesome. Bengetti, he sees you up and the shake, and he'll like groggily saunter over towards you, and you can hear the little like slap of his bare feet on the hard floor. And he climbs into the chair and does that slow blink where his eyes aren't quite synced up yet, and then looks at you and then narrows his eyes a little bit. Despite that, they're really not even open that wide, but they somehow manage to get just slightly narrower, and he inspects your face and says, Did you go to sleep at all?
I had an hour or two nap.
He blinks, this time in sync, and then looks down at the shake. Oh, thank you. And quietly just starts to sip.
Is he suspicious or something?
No, he's not looking at you suspiciously anymore. He just
Okay.
is being his awkward self.
Okay.
This is him in a small way trying to start conversation, but not really sure how to start conversation.
Mm. And what about you? Did you get any sleep?
He stops. You hear like the sipping stop, and then start again. And then after a couple long sips of silence, he'll speak in a kind of hushed tone. Sorta. I mean, kind of just fell asleep on the floor downstairs. By accident. And he like holds up his hands as if that makes it better.
Well, maybe you should bring a pillow and blanket down there at least, if you plan on doing that more.
Nods and says, yeah, I mean, makes sense. I just really wish that... I really wish I just didn't need to sleep. That'd be far more convenient.
He wish you don't need to sleep, is that what he said?
Yeah.
Well, you have to let your mind settle at some point.
He just kind of starts spacing out and doesn't really he doesn't seem to reply.
There's a little bit of silence as she's kind of looking through the pages again, because like she's been kind of sifting through them while they were talking. She'll take a sip of the drink. She has a slight look of distaste, but it's not probably as bad as when she initially was drinking it. or initially started drinking it. But she sets it down and sets the paper down and looks to him, and she says, I'll be out of your hair today, at least for a couple of days. Give you the space you require.
You can feel his whole body like wince. It's a bit of just like a sense of awkward shame. Like you caught him in a moment of weakness, and well, roll me a cool check, and you can add threat assessment to this.
Okay.
Mm. 11. Okay. So you don't look at him, but when you say like you'll be out of his hair, you feel that slight wince just through the vibration in the counter, through the slight like falter in his typical sipping pattern that you've unconsciously picked up on. You are very attuned to rhythm, as sort of getting into a flow state, like a metronome. That's how you got through the business days. That's how you fight. You find the beat and stick to it. And you don't have very good people skills or people sense for normal conversations and like the normal give and take that typically takes place. But you do know the little, or you do notice and pick up on those little idiosyncrasies that people have, especially when they do it really, really often. And especially after having worked with Ben Getty for so long, he has a habit of thumping his leg, like many people do. But you know that when he thumps his leg, it's less of a sign of nervousness or this restless urge, and more of a sign that it is like the build up to something. He usually thumps his leg like slower and then faster and faster and faster, and then his leg will stop thumping and he will say or do something, and it's like a wind up almost, and you can feel his leg start to thump on the little stool. And he'll just remain quiet, and unless you say anything, he just keeps thumping his leg, and he's not really even paying attention to the drink anymore.
For what it's worth, I apologize for inviting myself over. I'm just very concerned. Can't imagine what it's like having someone invading your space like this.
No. I'm in a weird spot. Like, he waves a hand towards his head. You don't have to leave. I got kind of cornered, I think. I don't really know. Have you ever felt like his leg you notice at this point his leg has stopped thumping? Have you ever felt like you're really good at something and if someone tries to advise you on it, there's like a gut instinct of just anger. Does that make sense?
I could understand frustration.
What's the difference?
One is a bit more intense than the other.
Okay. So, on a scale of, like, 1 being the usual level of simmer that you're always at, and 10 being actively attacking someone, where would you put, like, your personal reaction if, for example, I gave you, and he's like looking around the room as if he's gonna find like a cue card with what to say on it. If I gave you advice on how to stop, and then he reaches over the counter and reaches into the sink and grabs like a spoon, like a dirty spoon, grabs it like he's holding a knife. He's like, if I gave you tips on how to defend from like knife swings or some shit, something that like you can just do, but I was doing it like talking to you in a way that made it seem like you don't know what you're talking about, sort of.
Personally, I'd say a 3, maybe 4.
Really? I thought you'd be like easily at like a 7. In a good way, I guess.
Just because I know what I'm doing doesn't mean I will react badly to someone else not knowing that I know what I can do. Plus, what if something they say is actually useful?
Do you ever get bent out of shape when people tell you like to not do like, I don't know. How do you feel about like authority figures just in general? Like cops.
Out of character, I feel like I'm being tested right now. I guess they serve their purpose.
She just shrugs. Goes, okay. So like 2 thumbs up, or like 1 thumb, or none?
Indifferent.
You're
They're
indifferent.
They're there
Okay.
to do their job. If they're not doing their job, that's a different story.
Well, like, what if your job is not doing anything bad per se, but they believe it is, so they have to intervene and stop it?
I could imagine that would be pretty frustrating. But
Okay, well, like, right there. Like, that frustration, scale of 1 to 10.
But why would we be at such a... Why would... If they're stopping me for some reason, there's obviously some sort of reason.
Well, yeah, but what if the reasons are, like, condescending? Or what if they, like, have a legitimate reason, but they're kind of cunts about it?
I guess my frustration would raise to a 5 or a 6, I guess.
I can't speak a little bit closer to my...
5 or 6 is what she said.
Okay. He nods, like, almost in agreement, Okay. Okay. What is... He puts a hand to his chin. And that is, again, going back to just sort of pattern recognition, Lockhart. The hand to the chin thing is him trying to consolidate a thought that he understands. He has all of the pieces, and it makes perfect sense, but he is trying to come up with a weird way to word it. So this is typically the wind-up to what amounts to some freakishly bizarre analogy.
Why not just be forward with me, Johan? Say what you're thinking.
Well, okay, but like, it's hard to like explain. So, okay, he scratches the back of his head. Okay, so imagine you're the king of some like sovereign area. Well, you'd be the queen. Whatever. You're the ruler of some sovereign area, and you have like your advisors or council, whatever, like the people who are authoritarily, effectively below you. Wait, no, this doesn't work, because they actually are effectively below you. Okay, hold on. He like waves his hands.
Raises his eyebrow.
Okay, so in a parliamentary structure. No, that doesn't work. Okay. Look, if someone in a situation of equal standing advises you, but it makes it seem like, I don't know, someone younger than you and categorically smarter than you is advising you on how to do something that you should know how to do? Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. But in this case, it would be someone who's younger than you, but stronger than you, advising you on how to punch? Like, what he says with a question mark.
If that were the case, maybe there's something I need to learn.
So, where's learning on a scale of 1 to 10?
I'm confused at that.
he's asking for how Lockhart would feel in that situation on a scale of 1 to 10. How angry would she be? And he's really like the confusion, not unwarranted. Well, it's honestly pretty appropriately in character.
So I guess Lockhart took a moment, pause to comprehend what the fuck he's saying there.
Mm-hmm.
3 or 4?
3 or 4. Okay. Can you learn a lesson if you're at the upper end of things, 7? It's above halfway, right? So you're halfway to beating up a cop or other authority figure, or the person who is talking to you who is younger than you and stronger than you. But in this case, they wouldn't hit you back, I guess.
I would say you should take some time to calm down and listen. Obviously, you're not going to learn much in a highly emotional state.
Okay.
Try to find... If you believe that they're talking down to you, say that's how you feel. ask them to rephrase things.
Well, they kind of rephrase things often. In this hypothetical situation.
Of course.
He, like, adjusts his glasses, which that is more of the sign of nervousness that you recognize. Pushes his glasses up with his middle finger and says, "So, okay, what? Can you roll 1d6 for me?
Sure.
Please roll good.
Eh?
That's good enough."
Average.
Ben Getty like tilts his head and he's thinking now and trying to put the pieces together. Puts his hand on his chin again. But then stops and his posture relaxes a little bit and goes, "Lockhart, what do you do to like relax or like ease up and learn? Like, what do you do? Is it punching? Is it like the workout thing?" He pantomimes doing arm curls.
Sometimes. But another way that I tend to calm down is through meditation.
Meditation? Like the thing where you sit cross-legged?
Nod.
Ben Getty looks down at his little mixed protein shake. At this point, he's forgotten about it, and it started to do that thing where it starts to separate into the sediment bottom and like the bubbly top.
Ugh.
So he just takes the straw and spins it around really, really quickly to stir it.
When I'm feeling particularly frustrated, I like to go on walks in Mariposa as well. The change of scenery usually helps.
Do you ever do like comfort food or something? Is that like a thing? Or is comfort food like not like actually what it is?
Well, it does. I mean, food does make people happier.
He looks down at his shake again and goes, "Thank you for making this. I imagine it's probably bothersome to have to look at this." And he holds up the glass of brown-green drink. Considering you like cook and shit.
Well, as I said earlier, I did kind of invade your space.
No, well, I mean... He turns around on the stool and puts one of his, like, kind of halfway turns and puts one elbow on the counter holding his drink and then looks over to the rest of his empty apartment and just shrugs. I mean, I don't do much here without, like, people around. It's weird, because, like, I have a lot of stuff going on in my head. But it feels strange because I'm not, like... I don't feel like I ever discover something so much as I just rediscover it. And it's, like, fine. But it's also kind of boring. Or, I don't know if boring is the right word. Maybe, like, unsatisfying. He looks at the shake and then looks at Lockhart. Okay, what's... He puts his hand on his chin again. And after a little bit of a pause, he looks up at Lockhart and says, okay, what's your favorite food?
Fuck. I guess lasagna.
Okay, so he holds up, or he points to your shake that you made for yourself.
Mm.
Okay, so is that as satisfying as lasagna?
No.
He waves this hand, like he waves a hand at you, almost as if to say, like, there!
Your point?
Oh, that's like what it feels like. Just kind of like, oh, okay. It's like, fine. Does that make sense?
I think I understand what you're saying. So, what, you want to learn something new then?
He blinks for a second. What would I learn? He holds up a finger and just goes, not gym. Unless there's
Doesn't-
literally nothing else for me to learn in this section.
It doesn't have to be anything physical. But there's plenty of things to learn.
He blinks at you, like waiting for you to say one of them. Lockhart, roll me a quick, or not quick, clever. Roll me clever plus your threat assessment.
Okay.
Okay. So you know most of Ben Getty's like postures and mannerisms and kind of unspoken habits that he just has. At least you've got a good feel for what you think they are. And in this moment, in this particular moment, he is not fidgeting. He is not averting his eyes. He is looking directly at you. He is very almost not with an expectant stare, but an anticipation. Staring with anticipation at you. This is the most engaged or absorbed you've seen him get in something. Like, it's different than excited. He gets excited about tech, and he gets excited about experiments and all of the science and weird cybernetic shit that he does. This is more like an actual forward learning posture. And he's more or less trying to ask for things that are good de-stressors, maybe? Things that he can, like, fixate on that are different from what he's doing every other day. Or every single day.
Well, You do enjoy movies, don't you?
Shrugs. I've watched like Star Wars probably like 7 times.
Is there any other sort of media you enjoy?
Kind of blinks for a second. Tilts his head and thinks. I like The Matrix. Wait, do you mean like other movies or other forms of media? Because I don't listen podcasts or radios or whatever. I don't really have any books, but I haven't really tried reading.
Books are going to be my next. Yeah. No, maybe reading would do you some good. They don't have to be fantasy, or you don't have to have a particular subject, but try something new.
Like, what should I start with? Like any book, or just? I assume you don't mean like a textbook.
Of course not. I don't believe that would be smart.
You see him open his mouth as if to, like, the second you say, I don't believe that would be smart, you can see there's an immediate, like, twinge across his brow line, and he immediately wants to fire back. But he doesn't.
This is meant to be more for relaxation, correct?
Well,
if you're reading
basically, yeah.
If you're reading a textbook, that's just more work in a sense.
Blinks and, like, nods, still listening. So, a self-help book?
If that's what you're interested in.
Yeah, kind of a half-hearted shrug, like, I don't really know. Don't read a whole hell of a lot. Aside from, he gestures to the big stack of legal papers. It's like, aside from this typical legal mumbo shit that I used to read when I worked there, which I didn't really read, I kind of skimmed it.
Well, you say you like Star Wars. What about any type of books from that series?
Just blinks a little bit. I didn't know they had books for that. Do they?
She shrugs because she's not completely certain on that. Usually there's some sort of media tied to movies. So I would assume so.
He nods his head a little bit. Okay, well, guess I have to go look for a book now. Kind of scratches his head. Oh, I don't remember if I said this already, but you don't have to go back to wherever you were gonna go.
I appreciate it, but I'll still try and give you more space.
He shrugs. Not necessarily unhappily, but there's sort of like a, okay, well, I guess if you want to give me a face. He looks over at the stack of papers and just reaches over and grabs one of the papers off the top of the stack. Where did you get this?
From a Tetsuo lawyer. It is safe.
He just looks over the page and reads it. What do you care if somebody gets, like, looks at it really closely? Liable for... Like, reads it, shakes his head, reads it again. What is this, like, an experiment?
From what I understand, yes. Or at least something that's already been put in place.
He reaches over and grabs a few more papers off the stack. Do you work for Tetsuo again?
She gives him the most blank of stares.
Okay, I had to ask, because, like, you just have a fucking stack of papers right there from a lawyer. And, like, this isn't fun shit. He, like, thumbs through a couple of it. I read probably, like, 4 sentences and it's trash.
Do you know anything about what's listed here?
Not liable in account for or on account of instances or therein. What? Look, this is just fucking. This might as well be Chinese. Or, like, ancient Greek. Or what's the fucking Star Trek language?
And this is why I handled the paperwork. Does the Hex Project mean anything to you?
Hex Project? He blinks and his, like, furrows his brow real tightly. He goes, I don't seem to remember it.
Insight check?
Sure, roll either clever or cool, and you can add your threat assessment to it. What fucking noise did I make?
The Joe
Peanut
noise.
Gallery.
You made the
Do
Joe
what?
noise.
Yeah,
even-
everybody else heard it. We know what the Joe noise is.
Mm-hmm.
Trademarked.
Patent pending, actually.
I'm gonna boost this because it's important to me.
Mm-hmm.
Woo.
So you've worked with Ben Getty a long time. Longer than anybody else in the group that's been around for a while. He's not a particularly good liar. He's not necessarily against lying. He doesn't he will tell a lie, especially if he thinks it's in his best interest. He doesn't seem to really grasp if he's good or bad at it. In this particular instance, he's not lying. But there is something about it that rings to him as less of I've never heard of it, and more of I don't think I've heard of it. There's uncertainty in what he figures should be obvious. Something that he should immediately be like, oh yeah, I know this, or I don't. And he feels doubtful that he doesn't know anything about it, but he's not lying. Again, there is no falsehood in his mannerisms when he says he doesn't think so.
It's kind of like that in a sense where it's like you get deja vu, but it happened after the thing happened. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it is. There is a weird mix of this is something that I think I would have a strong reaction to, but instead I have kind of a half-hearted maybe, but that doesn't seem like I should, so I'm gonna say no. Because I don't think I should have anything about this. I don't think I should know anything about it. I don't think it should sound familiar.
What? Does this document number mean anything to you? And she says it's kind of more controlled, realizing the kind of disconnect in what he's saying and his mannerisms, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And
are you showing him? Oh, go ahead.
The document you said with the whole bunch of X's because you didn't want to put a number, essentially. So yeah.
Yeah, the document number that is explicitly like the document number that contains information on the Hex project.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll roll this in front of everyone for full clarity. Turn off my GM roll.
Point out she's not showing him the document, she's reading it off to him.
Oh, you're just reading the numbers off?
Yes.
Okay.
Trying to kind of, how do I put it? When you see something and versus like remembering something, I guess, if that makes any sense. I don't know how to explain it.
Let me see. So Ben-Getty hearing the numbers, he doesn't have a reaction. He just kind of blinks and is like, no, don't. God, no. It is. Why?
This Hex project has more information in this certain document. Just curious if you remembered the document, perhaps.
Not this document. Holds a hand over the stack of papers. Or
No.
a different one. Okay. Just kind of shrugs. Mine. If we had access to the database, I guess we'd look it up.
Which, just clarifying this out of character, he essentially hacked into it a couple sessions ago, right? He hacked into Tetsuo.
It's very loose, but sort of. There's like a typical way to he more or less like used an old login. He didn't get into anything that was classified, but he basically was able to go to the employee login screen.
Okay. It could be something that could be used potentially, though.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps it's on some of those hard drives.
Blinks and just goes, hard drives? Where do you have hard drives?
Legacy has them. Them more from this defense lawyer.
So, how did you meet this guy?
I never met him. I don't think any of us did, for that matter.
Looks at the stack of papers. Looks back up at you. And blinks and like... So, you never met him? Oh, okay.
She did
Okay.
say she got them from his safe.
Yeah. Then he puts that together now and just goes, okay. So, like, you know, he makes some vague gesture that you can guess is something akin to putting on a mask. Like, burglary.
Not right. It's exactly that.
Okay, well, she just shrugs and just goes, alright, well, like, what else did you steal? Or burgle? Is there a difference?
A difference?
Between burglary and theft? Is it just... Is there a difference between burgling something and stealing something?
Shrug. There was a vial of blood as well.
She
That
looks
means
at
that-
you with a raised eyebrow, like a vial of like real blood, not like synthetic.
I believe so, yes. It's with another another scientific friend.
What's on to friend?
I believe her name is Maxine.
Saying. He leans back a little bit, incredulous. So, who's this Maxine?
No.
He asked who is she?
Yeah.
I don't know her very well personally. The
Okay,
others
well,
seem to trust her.
Do you know about her?
Scientist has a similar lab to yours. Potentially better, even.
Just like eyebrows go up. Better than mine?
Her lips are raised a little bit. Because she's teasing him, basically.
It takes him a second to pick up on it, and he just goes, you haven't actually been in her lab. Fuck off.
I have, actually. She seems to be doing a similar experiment to what you're doing.
He leans forward, like, gets a little too close to your face for a second, and then leans back, says, I want to see it.
Oh boy.
I want to see the lib. If she's so great, I want to see what she's working with. And he crosses his arms.
Well, I'm not the one with the contact info, so...
Well, who the fuck does?
I believe that was the legacy.
Ow. She hates me.
She did have some interesting mechanism that carried her around.
Raises, like, looks back at you and just goes, legacy, dude?
Maxine.
Maxine what?
She had these arms or legs, I guess, that carried her around.
She has extra legs? Like a spider?
I guess that would be a good way of describing it.
Ugh. Seems genuinely unnerved by the prospect. And you felt safe going into her lab? Some spider scientist woman?
To be fair, I didn't know what I was going into.
So, I feel like that makes it worse. You see how that makes it worse, don't you? Like, you just straight up, uninformed, went into, like, a spider cave. Laboratory.
He gets so distracted so easily. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Do you really think I couldn't handle myself?
Okay, well, I know you can, like, beat up a fucking guy with, like, a shotgun pushed to your brain, but, like, this is some kind of fucked up cyber scientist spider woman. Like, what is... What? And, again, you felt safe going into her lab and giving her some random fucker's blood that you stole?
Well, we didn't know there was blood in it initially.
Is that better? I still want to see her lab. I still want to see it. Like, I'm not gonna not want to see it. Like, if you've been there, how does it look compared to mine?
Fucking... I don't know, I'll just describe it, I guess.
So, like, by comparison, her lab is much bigger, has a lot more vertical space, and a lot less mechanical machinery and more chemical experimental. It's also brightly lit. Like, by comparison, Ben Getty's lab is dark. Like, really, really dark. Hard to see. It is no wonder this man has glasses.
I mean, at least his lab has one thing better than Maxine's. While she's describing it, she'll take a little jabs every once in a while.
Every single jab, like, he flinches. And he gets, like, steadily more seething to the point where by the end of the description, jab after jab, if you cracked an egg
jabs.
On his head,
they're more like teasing, but still.
yeah. But if you crack, like, still, he's not mad that you're saying it. He's mad that you, like, seem to think that. He is assuming that you, like, yeah, it's a little bit of a joke, but he's like, okay, alright, I guess this fucking spider freak has some kind of cool lab, and now I have to go see it to prove that mine's better
Apparently, she
or
has
something.
ties.
Like, he
Listen.
knows that Lockhart doesn't have the like the technological chops to be able to fully understand the differences between hers and his lab. But he's like, if you walked away impressed, no. Even enough to tease me about it. There's something fucky going on here.
Also, I want to point out that we started this conversation with this guy like, how do I calm down and not be angry? And then Lockhart's like, let's stoke the fire again, bitch.
You're not angry? Well, you should be. You know?
Go read a book.
Guess
Now
what?
go
You're
read
not the
It's training. Now go read a book.
you're not the only scientist on the station. You're mad.
Apparently, she has ties to Ogamok.
Ogamok? Like the fucking industry people?
It was Ogamok, right? Or did you switch it?
Yes.
Okay.
She is Ogamok. And they are an industrial company. So he like almost balks at that. He's like, so she doesn't even work for like a predominantly tech-based revolutionary invention sort of innovation based. How old is she?
I didn't get a chance to ask her.
How old does she look? Like on a scale of, well, not on a scale. How old does she look? Like, give me a rough ballpark.
I don't know, Joe. How old does she look?
To your eye, maybe 30.
Somewhere between our ages, I'd say.
Eye twitches. He like looks over to the clock on the stove, and he looks back to you and just goes, I want to go to the girls' apartment, and I want them to take me to Mexico.
Are you sure you want to do that?
Yes,
now?
I am sure.
This is how we get Big Getty to come over. We piss him off about shit that we control.
And here I thought there was some awkwardness between the three of you.
Well, yes, but this is more important than that. Like, everything else is just probably fine. Maybe. It'll at least be something to deal with later. I need to meet Maxine. This is important. This is also important.
On a
He, like-
scale of 1 to 10, how important is this?
He looks distracted. You ask him that, and then he turns back, then grabs the rest of his shake. The fucking mug or glass is empty, so you just hear the like empty straw like noise, and he puts his cup back down on the table or on the countertop, then stops, picks it up, and puts it in the sink, and it just clatters around because he just drops it from like 8 inches up. And then he gets up, says 7, and then starts to stomp his way down towards his bedroom. And then he stops and he just goes, No, it's maybe lower. I was thinking of the angry scale. And he turns on his heel, then stops, turns back around, and says, I'm gonna go out for like 2 hours.
Any particular place?
I'm gonna go to a bookstore and buy like 15 books. And then I will come back. And then he like turns around and he says this with his back facing towards you. And if I hate all of them, I will need a new hobby. And he starts walking towards his bedroom to get changed.
That went well. I'll be here. I think I could use a nap. He kind of leans on the couch, head hanging back off, like exasperated kind of.
Okay. So turning back the clock to the evening before, Kaya with a black box full of Lairites on the way back to the apartment. Are there any other stops you were making? You just going straight there?
Give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, no stops.
Okay. Then you drive. Oh, wait. You were on your motorcycle. You ride.
She doesn't have a motorcycle.
She's walking. She's taking public transit
Oh,
still.
right.
Public transport.
Right. Okay, so you have the black box. You hop onto one of the buses or rail systems and make your way back towards Adam's Ward. And you very rarely before would go to the further back parts of the Voyager wing. Or Vern wing, sorry. The Vern wing. So seeing that part of the city up close, it really does give you like cruising through Adams or cruising through the area you're at and then through Mariposa and then into Adams Ward. It's very New York like in the sense of you get to watch the scenery change from upper end nice city style apartments and condos and townhouses slowly turn into the lush like artificial green fields and hills, and it gets really dark and you can see there's actually artificial fireflies that are little like micro lights that just zip around to and fro, and you can see them out over the hills in Mariposa. And then when you hit Adams Ward, it's definitely got the Bronx vibe, and you get that like straight up New York Metro feel. And you make it home. It's a little late, but you are back, Larry's and all. Larry has been very invested in that box, but hasn't said anything because he thinks it's not a good time to talk.
No, Kaya's gonna fucking go inside.
Yeah. So I
Her
mean,
routine.
you would you head back up to the apartment. Everything seems to be in order. The front desk is empty. There's no security guard there at the current moment. And you run right back up to your apartment, and Legacy would be home at this point?
Yeah, if it's late enough, she would be.
Yes. Yeah. So, Legacy is here. If you want to have the Ben
Good.
Getty talk.
Good. Because Kai did not message Legacy at all.
Yeah, Legacy's just at her fucking computer's got different monitors running different things at this point, because she's trying to multitask as much as she can without fucking something up. It's late enough. Cup noodles in front.
Mm-hmm.
Just gremlin mode activated, sitting completely wrong in her chair, just watching the screens for a moment.
Kaya fucking comes home, puts down her bag, deposits black box. Actually, no, she like puts it down on the table, fucking stares at it, and Legacy's in her room. Alright. How big is the black box?
It's
Like,
it's
is it like
not
a
very big.
VCR?
It's like a small. Yeah, it's like a big VCR.
Yeah, I was imagining it's big VCR. Those
Yeah.
those are pretty thick, but not like unmanageable.
Yeah, it's exactly that. That is exactly the black box size. It's just big enough, but not so big that it would be annoying to deal with.
Yeah, you can't put it in your backpack, but you can easily carry it. Okay. So, kind of just gonna fucking look at it. Wave of confusion and guilt and a little anger. Deep breath. Picks it back up. Walks over to Legacy's room. Fucking knock knock.
Yeah.
Hey, you got a minute?
Sure.
Larry flies in above your head, and Legacy, you can see his little, like, his face lights up in the dark. Not so much that it's gonna make like a flashlight, but it's enough that you can see it. And you can see that he's above Kaya's head, and his screen flashes and it changes to text that scrolls across his screen, and it says, "Mom's in a bad mood."
Legacy is like half turned in her seat, like blinks, kind of rubs her eyes for a second, blinks again. Kaya hears, like, she's not looking at you, she's looking at Larry, and then you see her look towards you and shrink back slightly.
What the fuck? Looks up at Larry, doesn't see the screen from the angle.
He's just you look up, and it's just his face again, and he just looks at you and waves.
She'll wave back. A little confused. Looks back to Legacy, who, like, what, shrunk back?
Yeah, shrunk back,
Yeah.
looking at you.
Like, I feel like I'm fucking missing something.
What?
Nope.
What is
No.
that? Are you giving me another project? I don't want another project. I have enough projects.
It's not a project. Also, side note, Joe, did Larry just fucking lie?
Yes.
He's capable of lying. Oh shit.
He's approaching
Sorry,
the
my
teenage phase quickly.
I know. Sorry, you had him say no, and I was like, oh my god, he lied.
Yeah. Kaya
I
would
know.
not. You
Kaya
can freak
doesn't know
out.
this.
Kaya doesn't know that she's allowed to freak out yet.
I know. Like, Kaya is unaware, but
Just
I'm
all-
aware. I noticed that immediately.
All I'm hearing is Legacy and Larry teaming up against Kaya. That's what this is translated to.
Mm-hmm. So she's aware that he can lie. Oh boy. Anyway, what did Legacy say? I'm sorry, I got distracted.
She's like, what is that? I don't want another project.
Not a project. It's fucking. Can we talk?
Talk or yell?
What?
Well, when people say, can we talk, it's usually it's not a good phrase. It's not a good phrase.
How else am I supposed to phrase talking to you?
Legacy just like waves a hand, dismissing the question, and like motions towards her bed. What is it?
Kaya goes to. She's gonna go sit down to the bed, and she stops and she looks at Larry. Like she furrows her brow. Like her
Larry
hands
looks
go
left
low.
and right.
She's thinking, "Hey, bud, I'm sorry to ask you again, but you think you could take another little nap, and I can wake you up when we're done talking?"
He nods, which also is like moving his entire body up and down.
Thanks, bud. I really appreciate it.
He nods again, and he just goes, "It's okay. I have become sleepy." And he like floats down to the bed, and then retracts his manipulators and will just. Pachoo.
He is sleeping.
Yes, in quotation
Okay.
marks.
Yeah, by that you mean
Powered off.
Off.
okay. I thought I meant like he's pretending to sleep, and I was like, oh god.
No, he can power himself off. He cannot power himself back on.
Okay.
But he can shut himself off. So he is saying that he's sleepy because he's like, oh, don't feel bad. I'm already tired. See, and then he just
I know.
turned off.
I know. I was just like, Kaya's heart hurts. I imagine that like she has never asked him to take a nap before today.
Yeah.
Yeah, because she's like, this is a lot. This is a lot so fast for her.
Yeah.
One thing at a time.
Seeing
She needs to
and-
understand this first.
Seeing and hearing that, Legacy's eyes immediately narrow. Much suspicion. Kaya just not want witnesses about what's about to happen.
Oh yeah. Once he like powers down, you kind of just see Kaya just like the way she was holding herself just kind of like deflate. Her shoulders like sag, her hair kind of falls in front of her face as she looks down at the box in her hands. And she just like sits down on the bed, like rubs her face with her hands. Like the tiniest little grease smudge appears on the tip of her nose. And yeah, you just see just how tired she looks. And she looks like a little antsy, like her knee is just like bouncing.
Oh, this doesn't bode well.
Does she say that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, fucking shit. How the fuck do I phrase this? So... Sorry, I'm fucking... Alright, so... You know how... Look, the other day, a couple days ago, I don't fucking know how time fucking works anymore. I let Bengetti have one copy of Larry to look into him.
Yeah, after he started like talking, yeah.
This is predates talking, actually.
Well, yeah, I understand, yes.
Yeah. Well, fucking... He made 5 copies without telling me. And he started running experiments on them. And they're in this they're in this box right here, and I took them back because I don't look. Larry, there's something. He's not just a drone. You know, he's never been just a fucking drone, but I don't know how to explain it, but the way he was talking about him and running them through experiments and then wiping them, sending them back to zero, just didn't fucking sit right with me. And he was saying that he was doing this because of what happened with Cosmic and how you told him something you talked about. I don't know. He said how he left Cosmic or something for like a couple hours and you were mad about it. But considering that I doubt you'd be mad about something if it wasn't serious, I kind of want to know what the fuck is he talking about? What happened, Legs?
Legacy's just like silent for a moment, blinking, because that was a lot of information word dumped on her very quickly.
Yep.
And she's late enough into, or deep enough into her shit at this point that's cup noodle time, so she's like, brain resetting.
Dial-up noises.
Dial-up internet brain.
So, okay. Wait, he's blaming me for this?
There it is.
What?
You said he was doing sketchy shit with Larry, or Larry copies, yeah? Batman.
'Cause something about not wanting to test on Cosmic anymore?
I did not say he could not test on Cosmic anymore.
Yeah, I didn't say that he did.
Okay, just as, like, backtracking, getting information from you, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
In Legacy visiting Cosmic earlier that day,
Mm-hmm.
was Cosmic seemingly still interested in the experimentation with Mengeti? He just hadn't been contacted yet?
Yeah. He picked up that hobby and was invested in the experiments because he's like, I want to be as useful as possible. And so he's been like, yeah, Mengeti hasn't reached out to me, so I haven't gone back for testing.
So
and I don't know, are we still doing it?
Recuperated from
Yeah,
everything.
yeah. It took him probably about a day being on his own, really, and you would know this because he would have no qualms about sharing with you. Like, yeah, he took the day to kind of just be pissed and let himself be pissed. Spent it all at the arcade. Was fine afterwards.
Okay. Legacy would just like the grumbling to herself for a minute, and shaking her head, and finally, hey, I came in to check on. Well, I think I was trying to do something else, and then I also was checking on Cosmic, and he was in the machine. Spaghetti's built enough of it that he could put Cosmic in the machine. And I asked how long he had been in there. And Cosmic had been in there 14 hours when I came in.
What?
And it was test number 3. 15 minutes, 45 minutes, 14 hours. So, I made him take Cosmic out, because you can't get out by yourself as far as I'm aware, and tell Cosmic what had happened. And he did. And Cosmic left, and I told Mengeti that next time he put somebody in the machine, somebody else needed to be in the lab for the entire process. And I was nice about it too.
Considering he didn't look injured, yeah, you're pretty fucking nice about it. 14 hours?
Mm.
What the fuck? Is Cosmic alright?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there was no side effects, I don't think. Spaghetti was doing everything he could to keep him healthy. But, you know, Cosmic had not intended to be in the machine for 14 hours. He was a little mad. Fine now. I think he wants to go back in, but Spaghetti just hasn't talked to him.
He just hasn't fucking talked to him, like, at all.
Mm-mm.
Okay,
Don't
gotta explain some shit.
yeah, don't go yell at him about the
I'm not gonna yell at him.
Good.
Also, just to clarify, I think I don't remember if it was stated explicitly, but I think Ben Getty did say that he had been using some of the Larrys in lieu of Cosmic, so that he was testing the machine and what it could do on them instead of an actual person, because they're simulated people. I just want to make sure, because Kaya would understand that.
Yeah.
And also, this is, after having checked on Cosmic, that would be the point when you learned about what he's been doing. Fucking Legacy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, she is choosing not to bring that up to the group yet. That's gonna be a different conversation.
What the fuck is he doing? What the fuck is he doing? Okay, sorry. I'm not gonna fucking yell at him. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, all I did was tell him that he needed to fully explain everything and, like, plans when he was experimenting on people. Like, hey, I'm going to put you in for approximately this amount of time, and then I'm going to take you out. And then I told him somebody else needs to be there to both keep him to his word and to help if something happens, because he couldn't pull Cosmic out of that chair. Cosmic's a beanpole, but he's even more of a beanpole. He would not be able to help Cosmic if something happened. And Lockhart wasn't there. Nobody was there.
Yeah, what the So instead of, talking to Cosmic or doing any of what you fucking suggested or said, he just decided to make Larry copies and experiment on them instead.
Wait. He was plugging the copies into that?
Yeah.
Uh,
And when he was done with them, according to Dad and all that shit, he just wiped them. So I can send him back down to fucking 0. And had him running constantly for 2 fucking days straight.
he was wiping an equivalent of Larry when he was done?
Yep.
But Legacy has gone from annoyed to kind of this shell shock look that Kaya, I don't think you've seen very often, other in the years that you've lived with Legacy, maybe twice.
See, Kaya is antsy. Her leg is bouncing. Her hands are kind of scratching at the cuff or one of the folds of her jumpsuit.
And can I look? And she kind of like motions towards the black box.
Kai's gonna relay what the box is and how it works. Because Amy is stupid. But I imagine Kaya knows.
It's literally just like a storage device.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a massive storage device that holds all of the different copies. It doesn't have any sort of, it doesn't have any sort of function beyond that. So Legacy, to glean any information from it, would need to plug it into some external device to examine the internal memory components of it.
She should be able to
plug and breathe.
Yeah. Okay, we'll explain what it is and the copies and exactly what he's been doing. And yeah, she'll hand it over, probably hovering over it, or next to Legacy, looking at the screen.
Legacy will take one of her computers and clear out one of her monitors, stop one of the things she's doing, and just plug it in. Keep the programs paused, but plug it in so that she can see, because she has not really looked at any of Legacy's Larry's coding. She's vaguely aware of some of the shit and may have seen some old versions, but has not seen any of the coding since the bar.
So
would she be able to glean some things with her software knowledge?
Just looking through it. Roll me. Go ahead and roll me a clever check. And I'll count hacking in this case as coding. Just as a general coding knowledge check. Cool. Okay. So, just looking through it, you can see that the different, the way that this is laid out is very strikingly similar to how Maxine laid out her data feed. That was just connected to her, brain, her consciousness. So you immediately notice the similarities there. You also can see that these programs are at different stages of development, effectively. There's one that is basically blank, which you imagine is probably the copy he most recently wiped, or maybe it was the control copy or something, but there's one that is very, very quote-unquote new. You see one that has been running for a while, and there is a lot of built-up experience. And then the other ones are middling and in different various, they have different sort of leanings. You can't really glean much other than okay, this one is clearly the oldest by virtue of having the most information on it. This one is clearly the youngest, quote-unquote, by virtue of having the least. And these three all have a similar amount, but it's all very distinct from each other. And that's about all you can glean. If you wanted to get a baseline as to where it was compared to that Larry on the bed, you would have to plug into him.
Kaya is too nervous to suggest that. Legacy's little survival instincts are kicking in good and hard. fucking 6-foot roommate who just like will swing tire irons at people if she's like too close to break and hovering over her shoulder looking at her computers. No, good. I'm good.
I love how everyone is intimidated by Kaya.
I don't know why. Like,
That's
yeah,
great.
she's strong. She's not really combat oriented.
This is true, but she did beat a cop over the head. Or not a cop,
Yeah.
she beat a PMC over the head with the tire iron, and it worked.
You beat a PNC with a tire iron, and then you took his helmet as we were leaving the fucking hotel and just fucking destroyed it.
That's true, but to be fair, she just saw her friend's dead body, so...
Yes.
Sometimes it's all you need, though.
Yes, we understand the reasoning behind it, but that also means that there's reasons to be intimidated by Kaya.
I just find it so funny that Kai is, like, one of my most friendly characters. Everything else about her is just off-putting, though.
She's got big scary and big scary giant, but also nice giant vibes.
She's friendly, not friend-shaped.
Yeah.
That's perfect. You
Like,
get inspiration.
Legacy is we'll plug it in, keep all the programs paused so they don't start running.
Mm-hmm.
In Kaya, you can see that she is like very intently like looking over these programs at a very specifically code level of like having to parse together because she is not familiar with Larry like you and Baguetti, having to sit there and parse together what the different sections of code mean before scrolling down and continuing and then going back up. So it takes her a couple minutes. And then after she has kind of stared at them for long enough and figured it out, she kind of leans back in her chair and takes a deep breath. You realize you have, what, 6, 7 complete and total consciousnesses, right?
Just 5.
Including Larry?
Including Larry, there
Big
were...
Larry?
Yeah, Big Larry makes 6.
Yeah, Big Larry makes 6.
Yeah, sorry, I got the count wrong earlier when I said 7.
You have 6 complete consciousnesses.
That's...
These are almost identical to Maxine's brain on the computer.
Well, I put it into fucking words why I felt like shit and pissed off and why I took the copies away from him. Because he's not just a fucking drone anymore. This isn't just some AI
Like,
that...
just nod slightly.
So I'm talking to you. I don't know what the fuck to do now. What the fuck do I do here, Legs? Like, the way he was talking about the experiments, it's pretty fucking important. He made it seem like he couldn't test with Cosmic, either that Cosmic didn't wanna, or some other shit that I didn't know about, or what the fuck it was. I couldn't do it anymore, but this is fucking important. But I don't want him testing on copies of Larry. Because that's not just copies of Larry, that's fucking 5 different Larrys, essentially. So what the fuck do I do? I don't know what to what do I fucking do, Legs?
Wait, you sit down. Take a breath. Drink something that is not caffeinated.
But
Not caffeinated. That's coming from me, and she motions towards pile of Red Bulls.
I haven't slept. I need coffee.
No. Ass bed now.
Technically, I'm sitting on your bed, so.
Well, I thought she had gotten up to look over at the computer.
I figured that you were on like a beanbag next to the bed.
No, she's
Oh.
in her
Various levels of gremlin.
Yeah. I was like, what kind of gremlin vibe like has cup noodles
It
in
is
the
like
dark?
the giant backed like gaming chair, but rather than like sitting like a normal person, like both of her heels are like dug into the cushion and like knees up beside her, cup noodles grasped between the legs.
Okay. I thought you were like full gremlin.
Gargoyle stance and chair.
Yeah, no, so I would just fucking plop down on bed. Just wiping hair out of face.
You see she goes back to like staring at the screen for a few minutes while you sit there, and she starts like has a hand on the on her computer table, and she's kind of swinging the chair back and forth, which is a legacy is thinking motion, and then finally pushes herself all the way around to face you. And she kind of sighs. So... Well, number one, yes, good for stopping whatever the fuck he was doing. Like, it's a fucking machine designed for a person. A person needs to be in it. There's other physical things to... That... problem for another day. So, like, experimentation basis slightly incorrect to begin with. Beyond other issues there. But she kind of starts, like, opens her mouth, kind of motioning towards Larry on the bed, and, like, closes her mouth and, like, closes her hand, and, like, that's not the right way to start. And is quiet for a second again, and then looks towards Kaya. Like, how? I know you're an engineer. You're a good engineer. But how much do you like know about AI?
So, just to make sure that you're clear on it, Kaya, you would know enough that to like that your amazement with his development is justified. You're breaking some hella ground. But I think you might not be able to perfectly quantify the level of ground you're breaking. Like, to give you an idea, you did something in your mind that would, with your cultural knowledge and mechanical experience, you would have created something that would be worthy of, like, some amount of recognition at a major school. And people, it's something that your alma mater would be immensely proud of. They would tout this as like, my student invented this fucking thing. Like, holy shit, Hall of Famer, right? Okay. The actual magnitude is like kind of pushing on or past Nobel Prize historical achievement. And
what?
that is the actual magnitude of the event.
So you're thinking I can get a building on campus named after me?
Yeah, like you would get like big recognition, and it might be difficult for even Legacy to conceptualize it, but like it's a a big fucking deal what you have just kind of vibing on the bed.
Okay. Jesus, every time you explain a little more, it just like Larry becomes even bigger than I thought he was before.
He is categorically bigger than now than he was before as of my lore change. So that's why.
Okay, that's why I'm just like, what? Why?
Yeah,
How? That makes sense.
That is exactly why. Because I was like, I'm gonna take
Okay.
out androids because I was like, I don't like the existence of them yet. I think it's better this way. So
Oh.
sorry, you accidentally made history.
Okay, all right. Let me update my own brain before I go back into Kaya brain.
Yeah, I mean, I really do that apology because they've just fucking threw all that on you right now.
It's like, oh, this is a lot bigger than I thought it was. So what did Lacey ask?
It's like, how much do you know about AI?
I mean, you've seen my degree. I specialize in engineering, but I know basic coding. I can make AI. Gestures to Larry. You know, use them for shit, program drones and all that. I've never done anything like this.
But like, AI is code, yes. But AI, because it's just code, inherently has like weaknesses, right? Like, you are trapped by your coding.
Mm-hmm.
Which is what makes it different than the human brain. The human brain can break coding. That would be like biologically input in you, whatever. You understand that, right? Yeah?
Yeah, I'm following.
Larry can break his own coding.
Yeah.
So he is now essentially a mind without a human body. You could put him in a human body and it may theoretically on some level function like a normal person.
Right.
Which means there are questions about, but like, how do I phrase this? You know what? Just because he is kind of like person, he is pretty much person, and thus should have rights.
That makes sense.
And Legacy nods. So, the reason that you are, I think Eddie did was a little fucked up. He stuck some brains in at least one case, looks like years of non-stop continuous labor.
Yeah, he fucking did.
Which, bad, but also, and she points towards first data stream, wiped their memory when the memory was no longer useful, which when you are nothing but mind and you have no body,
Yep.
is kind of killing. Kind of killing.
it's like right at this point, Kaya, that just the magnitude of what you have created is settling on the top of your mind, like it just collecting in your head and starting to crystallize into a wait, I did this? Holy shit. And this is something you could call a newspaper about and they'd be like, yeah, right, fuck off. And all of that is overshadowed by the fact that not only were you betrayed by somebody who you trusted, with someone that you trusted, you are forcibly thrust into this situation now where you have 5 additional someones to consider. And it is heaps upon heaps of unfairness. Just so much so that, again, it almost entirely eclipses whatever immense joy you could feel in celebration that you've done something that not many other people could have done. And not only that, it also is like it also really likes you, as far as you can tell.
Kaya just is like nodding along to Legacy, you know, giving like, yeah, that sounds good. And like, yeah, that makes sense. Just slowly nodding as like it clicks for her, just slowly. And she kind of like looks above Legacy, just at the wall, just gears in her head. And her like bouncing leg and her scratching just slowly stops as I imagine she already took her boots off because there'd be tracking mud in the house and she'd have to clean that up later, so she just doesn't do that. So she just kind of just like pulls her legs up to sit like crisscross on the bed, or like pulls her knees up and just looks down at her like own hands, her own calloused, grease stained hands. She just looks back up at Legacy. I didn't want any of this. I just wanted to update his smart tag to make him run faster. I didn't even want 2 of them. I just thought I could help Pingetti out. I didn't want 6 of them. We can't get rid of them. I didn't want this legs. What the fuck do I do? What do I do now?
Kind of sunk back into her chair a little bit as she's like watching Kaya process. And she reaches out to the table again, and you see her like side to side in her chair as she's thinking. I mean, I understand not wanting something, but it's not fair. But 90% of scientific history is mistakes and accidents. So I guess surprise on that one. But she like holds up a hand before like Kaya can try to like work herself up over that statement. She motions towards the black box. We can't get rid of, no. but they're on pause. You have time to figure that out. Once you figure out that, and she points towards Larry. Because if you can figure out what you want to do with him, how you want to handle him, then you can try with these. And she points back to the black box.
I don't know where to even begin with him. He's Larry. He's just... I always planned him to just be with me all the time, you know?
Well, I mean, he doesn't seem mad about that.
For now. Who the fuck knows what he can learn tomorrow? Or how he'll feel next week, next year? What the fuck do I do then?
Well, I mean, I guess just try to teach him the best you can.
Just teach him.
I mean, he's learning. There's no stopping that. You can't, because that would the coding that would be needed to shift that again would again wipe him in and take him from being a person. So you shouldn't do that. I mean, technically you can, but you shouldn't.
Nope. Nah, no, not doing that shit.
So, like, he's going to learn no matter what. And just, you can shove him in a corner if you want. Just tell him to stay, but then that's gonna be...
No.
Just learning, so it's... Teaching him is all you can do.
Just fucking teach him. Just can't get rid of him. I don't wanna even think about getting rid of him.
I don't think he would want to be gotten rid of, because, like, yeah, he's still your drone, whatever, but he kind of voices opinions now. If he didn't want to hang out with you, then he would have shown it somehow.
Right. God. How the fuck did everything get so fucking complicated so fucking quickly? No, I don't.
Don't what?
This guy, like, open her mouth, close her mouth, just looks down at the floor. Oh, I was gonna say I needed a drink, but probably don't.
Don't.
Probably.
Definitely.
But this is the kind of thing that...
Nope.
I mean, if there was ever a fucking reason to it, be this.
What you need is, like, some green tea or some shit probably a hot shower and sleep.
Well, I can do one of those. I can try to do a second one, but we don't got teeth.
Legacy just like looks around her room as if there's going to be something that magically appears. Nothing appears. Well, water. Water. Just drink water.
I mean, isn't coffee just what flavored water?
Coffee immediately counteracts sleep.
Yeah, we'll probably be able to fucking sleep anyway.
Well, you can fucking try without
said I'd
sabotaging yourself.
I'm not planning on fucking sabotaging myself.
Yes, you are when you're talking about coffee at this hour.
Looks at clock. What time is it?
11:45.
It's not even fucking midnight yet.
Is this what it's like dealing with me? Because I don't like this.
What?
Is this what it's like dealing with me, trying to make me, like, survive?
At least it's not fucking a Red Bull. What the To be fair, we don't even know what the fuck's in the can. At least with coffee, we know it's just fucking coffee.
I'm going to dump all the coffee in this house down the garbage disposal.
Don't fucking do that.
And go to bed without drinking coffee.
I said I'd fucking try. I said I'd fucking try, alright? I'll drink some water. I'll take a shower. I'll try to fucking sleep. I'll save the coffee for tomorrow.
Legacy stares for a second and slow nod. And kind of turns back towards the black box. Stares at it for a second. These you'll have to figure out at some point. They can wait. They need to wait because we don't have time for them right now. But we do have to consider one thing regarding them. This one, she points towards the data stream on the screen that's like the new one, is fine, I think. I don't know what original Larry's like programming looked like, but I'm assuming it's close enough to this. So, like, fine. These others, and she motions to the others. We don't know what they've learned. We don't know what it's been like for them as far as their experience. Like, she points towards the one that's like been running the longest. This one, like, we know this one's like been running nonstop and has learned way more than even Larry. But we don't know how, if even, it felt during that time. What it was like. We don't know how exactly Larry thinks and feels and reacts. Because human adjacent, but not human. At least human consciousness. You know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I'm just remembering showed me his fucking experiment. And the data stream looked like when Maxine was freaked the fuck out. That's when I had him stop the fucking experiments and put them on pause to give them a fucking break. And Joe, quick question.
Mm-hmm.
The one that Bengetti was saying kept like stopping for some reason. Like it's not like it was getting overwhelmed or anything like that. But the one that was like being weird, in Bengetti's terms, which one was that?
That was one of the three middlemost ones.
Okay. And what exactly did Bengetti say about it? Like it was like stopping?
Yeah, he was saying that he can't get its learning algorithm to pick up what he wanted to feed it. So whatever information he was feeding it, it did not want to consume or participate in it.
Okay. Okay, I was gonna point to the screen and just like, that one's... Well, that one's already got opinions on shit. Didn't like Bengetti's tests. Refused to participate in them, so he didn't get enough data on them. So I've got to talk to him again. Figure out what the fuck he was teaching him.
I mean, it may that could be problem, but like you can never guarantee what part of something a person will pick up when they're learning. Like fucking English class in high school, they tell you you're supposed to be figuring out this like theme or some bullshit in the book, but you pick up something completely different. Doesn't mean it's wrong, just not what the school wanted you to do. So potentially that one was the same, just saw different things to be important. But issue in general stands. Whenever we deal with these, she motions to all the data streams, we have to be very careful and very critical.
What do you mean by critical?
If these things were having issues, like Maxine was, where she was panicking and confused, but they were panicking and confused for who knows how long in their own perception. Only word I could think of is traumatized. And if we don't understand them completely and they're traumatized, it could be dangerous in more than one way.
Right. Right. Right.
Legacy will slowly, like, close down everything and unplug the black box to make sure that they have, like, stayed in quote-unquote stasis or some shit. And just kind of pick up the black box and examine it for a second and just hold it in her lap as she turns back towards Kaya. This is a lot.
No shit.
But this, and she kind of pats the box, is things I kind of understand. So, like, this is your shit. You have to figure out and make decision. But I can help as much as I can when you want help.
Thanks, Legs. I'd take all the fucking help I could get on this.
Legacy kind of nods. And Ben Getty fucked this up. But there's something in his brain. I don't think he thinks about these things the way everybody else does. I don't know why. But I think with time he would maybe understand.
I fucking hope so.
I mean, you have every right to be pissed off at him as long as you need to be, but I can't fucking believe I'm saying this, and it's not just because he has equipment that I like using at his lab, but don't give it time.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm a little fucking pissed off at him, but it's just. I'm just starting to understand what the fuck all this is. What the fuck I've done. I've done pretty much what was thought to be fucking impossible. And I'm more concerned about the fact that we've got, 6 consciousness that I created one. Magetti fucking copied and pasted it, did a bunch of whatever the fuck he did to him, and now I've got 6 of them, and I've got to figure out what the fuck to do with that. I'm not overly pissed off at him. I'm just there's a lot of shit. There's just a lot. And I'm just trying to just figure one fucking thing out at a time.
Like, I see you nod slightly and slowly unfolds herself and stands up out of her chair. Walks over to the bed, puts the black box down in front of Larry, and then picks Larry up. Doesn't turn him on, just picks him up. is just kind of like staring at him for a second, turning him over in her hands. I mean, he... You need to wrap your head around everything. I need to wrap my head around... You did this when you were drunk at a bar.
Yeah.
Like, very drunk.
I don't know what the fuck I did. I wasn't that drunk yet. That was in the beginning of the night. I'd probably say like 2-3 doubles in.
We need to wrap our heads around this. But this one, and she kind of lifts Larry up slightly, is fine from what I can see. I mean, you already treat him like person. So
yeah,
like you did that even before he could break his own coding.
I've been. People have commented on that in the past, but I kind of just do that with all the shit I make.
But the point is, you're already doing everything that you can, really, other than like intentionally teaching him things. If you want to try and intentionally teach him things, but like, you ask, you give options. I don't know that he always understands, but he will one day.
Oh no.
So, like, I don't think you have to worry about him too much until you tell him about that. And she, like, shifts Larry over to one arm and points down towards the box.
He was looking at it on the way here. He kind of find out about this. Like, how the fuck would you react to this?
He's going to have to at some point. Maybe not now, maybe not soon. He probably needs more words to communicate about it.
Yeah,
But
he needs words.
you will have to tell him before you do anything with them.
That's the plan. Explain it to him, and then from there figure out what the fuck to do. Because, I mean, is it wrong of me that, like, I feel like he should get a say with what happens to him?
I mean, like, is that do I think he should, or in general should he?
Both of them? I don't know.
I mean, in general is gonna depend on who you ask, because there's some people that are never going to think he's a person or close to a person. They're always just gonna see code and machine. Other people will see it. And I think most people that can understand that are going to say he should have maybe not some say, but you should at least hear his opinion.
Yeah, I just need to figure out. I need to process, like, everything from the past, 3 weeks? Past fucking 2 days, honestly? That needs his own fucking, like, weekend to fucking process. But I will explain it to him before we move on with the others. Guess in the meantime, I should. Would I regret getting him a fucking dictionary or something?
I mean, you will most definitely regret it, but at the same time, it might be the best option.
Yeah, that's why. Probably get him dictionary and thesaurus, so we can start piecing words together. I'm not the most eloquent person around, so he should probably learn like other words other than whatever the fuck I use all the time.
I mean, one of his first words was fucking, so I think that's already out the door.
Yeah, there's a reason why I told my mom and my aunt that I don't plan on having kids and that I shouldn't have any.
Legacy just like smirks and turns the Leary screen towards Kaya. Surprise!
Yeah, Rat shouldn't find out about this. She wouldn't let me fucking forget it.
Well, I mean, let me just let her find out when this inevitably gets leaked in the future and you just become super influential and rich scientist off of this. You laugh, but this is, once you figure out what you're gonna do about it, it's gonna get out there, Kaya. This, and she kind of like very gently shakes Larry, just like twice. You're not gonna be able to contain it forever. So
not without. Sorry,
eventually, you're gonna have to be the one to like. We're gonna have to figure out how you can announce it in such a way that you still get a say. Because if people just find out because you don't want to tell people, you'll get no say. But
yeah, that doesn't sound like a good idea.
She nods. But that's only after we deal with them. And she points towards the black box again.
One fucking thing at a time. We got step 1, step 2, step 3, and step 4. Step 5, hopefully dealing with all this doesn't drive us fucking insane by the end of it.
I mean, arguably, one or both of us is probably already insane.
I'm not yet. Close, not yet. Alright, well. Fucking. Time to. Nope, I told you I'd try to sleep, so that project's gonna be put on fucking hold. I still have to do the bike, I still have to do the fucking drone. I gotta figure this out. You know what? Fuck this, I'm going to bed.
Shower. Shower, then bed.
Shower, then bed. Yeah, I got it. Kaya's gonna stand up, just like stretch, just like wipe like the sweat from her like her brow. She's got like jitters again. Just like kind of just scratches her like the a part of like blah, 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 the pant part of her jumpsuit, like around her like thigh area. Like just like fumbling with like one of the closures on a pocket. Is that the right word for it? Yeah, you
like
know.
the little flap.
Yeah, the flap. She's just like fiddling with that just constantly now.
As
Is
she's
she just
standing up, Legacy will go ahead and turn on Larry. And just like smirk at him as he wakes up and like put her hand under his like little magnetic repulsors.
Larry like turns on and he blinks awake and then looks around and he like floats up a little bit and then does like a big pantomimed yawn.
Good morning, bud.
Looks out the window. Not morning.
Yeah, it's bedtime.
Bedtime for the...
For Kaya, for me. Yeah, it's our bedtime.
He like blinks, takes a minute, takes a second, understands it, and then nods and smiles and just goes, bed. Good. Bedtime.
Kaya's just gonna turn to Legacy and just raise up a hand, put it down, shove it in pocket, fiddle with pocket. Legs, thanks.
You just gets kind of like confused blink. Yeah, sure.
Sure.
I don't know what you're saying thank you for, but...
For talking to me, for helping me, for having me not drink coffee that's not only coffee for the rest of the fucking night.
Yeah.
So, thanks. That's what I'm saying thanks for.
She nods. I mean, you've kept me alive to some extent for a couple of years now. I can handle one or two of your mental crises.
Just wanted to.
And she just kind of like looks at her like this deadpan expression. You really want me to try and handle more?
Hopefully we don't fucking get there. I just meant like, just wanted to. Hopefully things fucking slow down and, not. I'm gonna go to bed.
Legacy nods slightly and just kind of lightly taps Larry into a spin as he's leaving.
He spins and, like, without missing beat, he's like, wee.
Kyla just say thanks to Legacy and she'll walk with Larry to her room. Just, hey, Larry, you want to download a couple apps?
He's still spinning, of his own volition, still.
Yeah.
And just goes, ooh, which apps?
A dictionary and a thesaurus.
You like get like a little loading bar on his screen, and I imagine you're like walking towards your bedroom, and he is spinning, floating behind you. And he's downloading those, and he'll have.
She will make
a
sure
lot
that it
more
is.
Words.
She will make sure that it is a proper dictionary and a proper thesaurus that he is downloading.
He went to the official Webster's like proper
Good.
proper, not Urban Dictionary.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
So the guy would
fair,
be
well,
fucking
yeah.
sure of that.
Though, to be fair, I think it's Merriam-Webster that always, like, every year adds, like, 4 or 5 slang words to their vocabulary in their official dictionary.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not as raunchy, just like
Yeah.
dirt language as Urban Dictionary, but he's got a couple of new tricks.
Yeah. Give him more words. Kaya's gonna fucking shower and go to bed. Kaya is going to secure the black box, probably while Larry is downloading, in a place that he cannot get access to.
Okay. So that's fine enough. If you tell him not to mess with it, he would not mess with it. As
Yeah.
well.
But just in case he ever gets, curious,
Fair.
there's that extra precaution.
Okay. So I think unless anyone else has any additional roleplay points, I would like to propose a little bit of a time skip, maybe another week, and then we can have the next leg of the journey completed.
That's fine with me.
Yeah, because I would say over the next week, you could have time on your projects. Neon would have time to info gather and money gather. And Lockhart would have time to train Marcus. Legacy's got 50,000 things on her plate, so it's also worth noting, you Lockhart, you're acquainted with at least 2 fixers on a good basis, and 3 or 4 that are, you've talked to once before. But if ever you wanted to outsource work or look for additional help, you can tap on those fixers. You know their contact info, or rather, you know how to contact them. And for Neon, the organization of Ghost Protocol, I imagined it to extend beyond you 3, but tell me if I'm wrong.
I'm sure we have sister organizations that we keep in regular contact with, sort of thing.
Okay.
Like a
Cool.
cell, yeah.
So you guys, the big umbrella is Ghost Protocol, or your team is Ghost Protocol? You can pick.
We'll say the big umbrella. We'll say the umbrella. The umbrella's
Okay.
Ghost Protocol.
So your you could info gather and glean some new information that has been circulating around in your from other networks that you are connected to. Also, you can reach out through that network to outsource additional help. So if you need, some less than reputable equipment, like bombs, you might be able to find someone who could help you with that.
God. Bombs in the space station.
Listen, if the space station wasn't well equipped, would they make bombs on it? Come on. They're not irresponsible. But
I mean, there are missiles, so
this is true. If y'all are okay with it, we can take a break and come back and do more, or we can just call it here and say time skip happens and we'll do a bunch of the bookkeeping stuff, and we can have a little bit of a short planning before end of session moment. So the next extent of the journey can be decided.
I'm good to do a little bit more, but I also have nothing to do tomorrow.
Same. Tomorrow's my last day.
I work 9 to 5 tomorrow.
So
Oh.
how much longer do you feel like you have in you, Amy?
2 hours at most.
2 hours.
I would not do more than another hour.
Okay.
But
Like, I'd say like an hour of like gameplay, and I've got like an hour of just like wind down time.
yeah, I think that's good.
Because
I might even keep it shorter if you're okay with it.
sorry, my head hurts.
No,
we
no,
can-
Call it
that's
here
fine.
then.
Yeah,
Yeah,
can
we'll call
end
it here.
and we can just do the little bit of planning.
not like headache, more like physical ache.
Oh, that's
That's
not
worse.
much better.
Yeah, but it's not me sitting here on call and me role playing. It doesn't change through it. Like
Mhm.
my like mental like my RAM
Acuity.
usage doesn't doesn't
Fair.
How about get some ice maybe for your head? Get a bag of peas.
That's so far.
Tell
Take a painkiller.
Joe to get the lead out of his pants and go fucking buy some chips.
It was
Because he keeps
Actually-
eating all your goddamn chips.
actually his fiberglass that he was covered in the other day.
Oh.
Break.
Oop.
Oh,
Break.
10 minutes.
Break.
We'll figure out
Break,
what we're
break.
doing next.
Snacks, water, piss, shit. What to pick your poison.
I really like the background for the Cyberpunk pause stream. It's
Mhm.
really cool.
Oh, I
My
haven't
favorite.
seen it. Oh my god, I need to see it.
Oh, what
It
is
looks
it?
so cool.
Oh shit. That's Legacy.
Gotta see it. Yo!
It's so fucking cool.
That's so fucking sick. Holy shit. I need to upload more GIFs for my fucking ADHD ass brain to look at. So like, yeah.
Yeah, that was the first one that I was able to like make and then be like, yeah, this is good. This is acceptable. I went through a million iterations for the other ones and still don't quite like them. I still haven't gotten any like customized ones for all of them yet. I don't have that much creative juice in my body.
Oh, that's great.
I should get some water.
I would like to be have the players move to a different screen. I don't
Yes.
care which one, but we've been staring at one all session.
Let's do rain.
Peace.
I need to go back the DMs that you sent of all of the other gifts. Oh hey, Hirokaze. This dude's fucking homie.
Yeah, all of these are from Kirikaze.
Oh, fuck yeah!
Yeah, that's where all of the gifts I sent you. I found one of his websites. One of their websites. I don't know if it's a he or not. And I kind of... Hell, they have a whole bunch of gifts. Like, same art style, but not all of them are cyberpunky. These were just the ones that felt kind of cyberpunky.
Mm-hmm.
That were also felt appropriate. Really like the white-haired one. It's a different color palette.
Huh, I just noticed the standoff.
I'm very concerned about what that Joe noise was about, though, earlier.
What fucking which noise? What noise?
There's this like half cut off laugh that you make sometimes that I'm fairly sure it's usually when you're like, there's a connection that you find amusing that you also cannot express openly at the moment because we can't know about shit. And so you have this like little like snicker hum noise that you make.
Just makes me anxious.
What? No.
That doesn't help.
I like that one. Fucking demon shadow in the background.
It's so sick. I love this.
And see, there's another Joe noise that we all recognize.
You don't shut up.
Okay. So, I feel like I've asked this question before, but I don't remember the answer. Is there, like, do they just randomly cause rain on the station at some points?
Generally, it's more scheduled than random because, like, it's just a convenience that people can do that. Or, well,
But I mean, like,
it can
they
be
still
scheduled.
have, like, rain that they do. They don't just, like, water the plants themselves and, like...
Correct. They simulate weather. They simulate weather to maintain that sense of, like, normalcy that people had on Earth.
That's the one that I like.
Yeah.
I know you said that there's been some, like, probes and shit sent out into space.
Mm-hmm.
But Grand Cross is 100% designed to just remain, at least at the moment, orbital station, right?
Yeah, it is just going to be an orbital station around Earth.
Okay.
That was its intended purpose. The probes that were sent across the solar system were basically info-gathering probes to orbit around every celestial body astral body in the actual near realm that we're in.
And so just like a continual monitor and like read from, you know, Saturn, Mars, and Neptune and everything to like I'm assuming for like possible mineral gatherings and things.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's more scoping out for resources, potential places to live, potential places to colonize and take advantage of. That was the intention of those probes.
Oh, you need to watch The Expanse.
Right? Wait. No. No, never mind.
Yes, you do.
No, sorry, I was thinking about a different thing. I will watch show.
Speaking of show, how far did you get in Edge Runner?
I got to the part where everything goes to shit.
There's multiple moments of that.
Okay, this is the part that is the most go to shit, I think, because it's like there's a couple moments where it's like, oh man, that's a conflict. Ooh, that's a really good conflict, and whatever. But I think I'm on episode 5, and that's the one where Max Tack makes another appearance.
Yeah.
To pay a visit, you know, as Max Tack just does.
Max Tack is fucking, oh my god. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I know it's really weird, but like this series is really kind of putting into perspective things, like not game wise. Because like there's only so much stuff you can kind of
Yeah.
there's a difference between having something happen in a movie and having something happen in a game. Because, like, for example, having the phone calls literally just pop up in front of your eyes. Like, I think, oh, that's a video game thing. No, that's just fucking how it works now.
Yeah, people
Like
on the phone, it's just their eyes glitter.
Yeah. Just, like, the visualization of stuff, and then the, like, brutality, I guess? Is the best way I can put it?
Yeah, that's... So, to be more clear, that part of cyberpunk as the genre exists in this setting because I like that part of it, but it is so less hopeful. I did not make it a primary setting that you guys would be likely to visit. You can go there, but it's on Earth first. And nobody wants to go down there.
Nope.
And second, I mean, if you don't like corporations and think the government is worthless, imagine Earth. Earth has been left by everyone who gave half a shit about it, provided they had the money. So Earth is a fucking nightmare realm. And yeah, there's government and there are people. It's not Mad Max Fury Road, but it is Night City vibes of like insurance and protection so privatized that, I mean, you're like medtech. Oh god, I can't remember what their name is.
MaxTac?
Not MaxTac. The
Trauma team.
Yes, trauma team. The trauma team will, like, they are exactly that. They show up to the scene and they look for the one person who tripped their alarm, and then they leave with that person amongst a pile of dying other people and corpses, because it's like they can't afford it. And then the callousness of episode 1 in that anime is the setting, but boy,
yeah,
it really took the gloves off. I was too afraid to go that hard.
Hello.
You're not getting Legacy anywhere near Earth again. Period.
Joe. Just wait until the very next episode.
Yeah.
Like that episode. Like I'm only on episode 7, or I think we just finished 7. Yeah, something like that. Anyways, episode 6. Like, it put things into perspective on like, it just put things on perspective without spoiling anything. It's like, oh, fuck. It's so good.
And Arasaka is the parallel to Tetsuo.
Yeah.
If you haven't caught that.
It's no shit.
Oh.
Is everybody here?
Roll call. Donald. Here.
I am here.
The question is, do we have a Piper?
There's this message here. Oh, yeah.
Hey, there we go.
Hell yeah. So, was there any other additional roleplay bits that anyone wanted before we do a time skippy bit?
Oh god, why are you laughing?
Now I'm just thinking, yeah, Kaya and Bengetti should talk to each other, but I feel like both of them are gonna put that off as long as possible.
Oh, yes.
Well, I mean, Bengetti seemed to be determined of, like, I'm gonna go to the girl's apartment and they're gonna take me to vaccines.
I can tell you with full clarity, he went to a bookstore, bought a bunch of books, and sidetracked himself with reading.
Okay, good.
Okay. So he bought
Hey,
himself like a week.
Successfully distracting himself. That was the entire point of that.
It worked.
Nice.
So yeah, I imagine we're good for a
Cool.
week time skip or something.
Okay, so we will go down the list in order of for info sharing, assuming that at some point during the week you all may have convened and caught each other up on what the fuck's happening. And if that needed to be a conversation, that can happen. But we'll just have this denouement almost. So Legacy, you have a week's worth of time, which would put you at 1 month away from the laboratory heist, quote unquote. I don't know what else to call it for the time being. So what is your plan? What are you going to work on? What are you going to outsource? Who are you going to call?
Okay, so first question is how much of the data banks could she have gotten into?
I would say if you spent...
She is dividing her time.
Okay. So I'll just go by like 1 day units, right? So if you take 1 day, you could have maybe half of 1 disk drive sifted. You wouldn't know everything. You wouldn't have gone through it in detail, but you would know, okay, this disk drive has this, and this on it. So if you wanted to deep dive, it would take more time, but you would be able to run through and be like, okay, this has information on some chemical thing, it's got a couple of weird experiments, it's got this, murder dossier. Like, you would know all the high points.
Okay.
You can get through half of a hard drive in 1 day, or you could get 10% of the way towards completing 1 of the virus choices that I presented to you, or the glitch update, which basically falls around 2.5 to 3 of those can happen. If you push yourself, you can get more.
Oh boy. Okay. You gave me math. I don't like it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Move on, ask somebody else who I do math.
No, okay. Think about it. Think about it. Use every last bit of the spoon you have access to. We're gonna move to Amy, because you have quite a few projects with Kaya that you're juggling. You're still working on the other 2 bracelets?
Yeah, so she has 2, but she wants 4.
Mm-hmm. And what other projects do you have? Motorcycle, bracelets.
Kaya has bracelets, motorcycle, motorcycle 2, electric boogaloo. Also Neon's drone. Which would take...
How to drive.
Yeah, and she's teaching Lockhart. If Lockhart still wants to do that. Sorry, good.
Speaking of the drone, since it's taking like 3 weeks, can I get like a money return on part of it? Because I wasn't expecting it to take like a month to get something that I immediately paid for.
Yeah, you can like basically have the 3 cash back.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to great.
I just assume that everything you pay for will have a money, or not money, will have a time cost with it. There's always going to be some amount of time investment, because that's like, I'm not going to just give you access to everything right away.
feel like some things should be cheaper in that regard. Then, because I don't think that's how the game was designed. Personally,
I'm see the impression that I am trying to give is that you are not wealthy people, and money is something that is like difficult to get and difficult to turn into something, because it's like the system is built against you. By its very nature, it is built to push you and hold you down and just make you waste a lot of your time. And I would rather do it this way than how the game suggested, where the game's like, cool, you lose cash every session, and you roll for economic shock seemingly whenever I feel like it.
But you're not making us lose cash every session, is the exchange, right?
Yes, I am not doing that, and I am also not making you roll for economic shock randomly. We haven't done that because it hasn't really come up yet. There's not been the thing where I'm like, cool, I think that this justifies an economic shock, whereas in the game it's like, hey, if you want to make it harder on your players, you could make them roll and just say that their rent spiked. And I was like, that sounds like a fucking dick move. But yeah, I view this as no different than saying, like, in 5th edition, if you had 1,000 gold, you're like, cool, I go buy a cloak of protection. It's like, you might not find that in a town. So in this setting, there's a lot of things everywhere because consumerism. My like way of gating it is by saying time. But rewind back to Amy. Other projects. You had motorcycle build, motorcycle teach, bracelets,
Neon's drone.
Neon's drone. Is still doing drone, or are you returning?
That's up to Pipe.
I guess keep working on it.
Okay. So, of those 4 things, I would say that you could probably get both bracelets if you could get both bracelets done and get maybe a quarter of the way through one of the other 3 tasks.
Well, does
So
Lockhart still want to learn how to drive a motorcycle? That's
Yeah,
also
but
a thing.
That'd be cool, but it's not like mandatory. Just whenever you're free, kind of thing.
Yeah, that's like when Kaya is burnt out from technology.
Yeah.
She's like,
Right.
okay, I need to go outside and breathe fresher air.
Okay, so that can just be something you put on the back burner?
Yeah, so she would prioritize bracelets and then Neon's drone and then motorcycle.
Okay, so you get about a quarter of the way through building the drone. And then we'll go to...
Just,
Say what?
quick thing. You said that she finishes the second set of bracelets and she gets a quarter of the way done with the drone, right?
Yeah, so you have all 4
Okay.
bracelets. You can cross that off your list.
Fuck yeah. Okay, thank you.
And you're a quarter of the way through the drone. If you budget your time, so I'm measuring this by how close you are to the relative day of when that laboratory thing is going to happen. So theoretically, if you budget your time all the way up to the day, you could get everything you want done. If you want to do more, you will have to push yourself, in which case you'll be fatigued. It might make you like more emotionally or physically compromised in some way. But you could accomplish more. and that's the ticket, right? It's if you want to invest that extra chunk of time. And that's sort of how I'm gauging everything that y'all planning. Alternatively, for those of you who have less on their plate, provided you have the appropriate like stat bonuses of at least like +1 or 2, you can help and speed it up to some extent, depending on what it is. Like, you can't really speed up teaching Marcus how to punch better or making him exercise and see the results faster. But I'm also tracking a to-do list for him and Cosmic and Ben Getty. Also a handful of other people who also have their own fucking things going on in the background. But Lockhart, you are going to continue training Marcus.
Yep.
Is there anything else you wanted to do?
Not anything I can think of off the top of my head right now. Besides, you said there's a little bit more information from the document, that's correct?
Correct. So, I will say as what you could theoretically do is tag team with Legacy. Legacy can or has decrypted the hard drives. You can spend some of your time going through those, but you're not a code wizard, so you're not going to like screen through it really quickly and get the top down of everything.
Yeah.
You're going to manually be
I
scrolling through a hard drive.
Theoretically, though, if I get to the point of where I can essentially, I know what the highlights are of the drive and just hand it off to Lockhart.
Yeah.
She should be able to like more quickly go through where I've flagged like, okay, this looks interesting. This might have something. This might have something.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially just reading a whole bunch of Google Docs at that point. As
Exactly.
long as it's not like trying to unlock the Google Docs, like
no,
you've
Legacy
already
would have fully decrypted and like unbooby trapped everything before she hands it off to somebody else.
I took that as part of the like rough estimation of the data process, like where you've decrypted it. Everything that you know how to decrypt is decrypted. Anything that remains is a cipher that you have not cracked or requires a heck of a lot of time to figure it out. And I figured that you would just opt to be like, okay, fuck it. That's not gonna happen in a month. That needs way more time. There's a lot left still. And you could take a day, scan through one of the hard drives, and hand it off to Lockhart and say, this, and this. And I would say Lockhart could do up to 3 different deep dive subjects that is on a hard drive in a single day and get all of the information of everything on a hard drive.
I do have one question though. The paperwork that we got that like hijacked his stuff that he stole.
Ben Getty
worked on that at all, or no?
He has not, but that is on his to-do list, and I have put that down as like a 1-day-ish task. So he can decode that and hand it to you.
Yeah. Okay. I'm cool. with I was going to say I'd help with that too. So yeah.
Okay.
Lockhart, if she's not punching, she's info sifting.
Yeah, she is team bureaucrat.
The diplomatic option or the cracks knuckles diplomatic option?
Easy way or the hard way.
And Neon getting a handful of upgrades installed and cruising for money and info. Anything specific that I'm missing?
I'd also help out Kanako, train her,
Yes.
because she
okay.
needs to fight too. She also needs combat lessons.
Yeah, and I would say that it is a friendly relationship. You are definitely mutual friends, but she would offer to pay you some amount because she's like, this is taking up a lot of your time, and I know time is money.
Okay,
It's
I would make
no
it
different.
very cheap for her. Yeah.
Okay, I will say that for however many sessions you give her, you can give her like 2 or 3 a week, whichever you prefer, and you'll get 1 cash for every lesson that
Yeah,
you
that's
give.
fine.
And then every other day that you want, you can dedicate towards helping someone else. Like you can info dive, you can do your own specific like info hunting.
You guys need me to get info right now? Like, where do you want me? I have sources. I have underground stuff that I can go tap.
Alright, well, right now Kaya needs a philosopher on AI.
You I will say there are a handful of people that you could consider to be wise. One of them could be Rat. Rat has always had a very subtle, or well, not subtle. What's the word? A like very simple wisdom, like just a very wholesome kind of fairy tale brand of wisdom that just maybe that would be meaningful. Sorry, I'm gonna get distracted. You fucking
Neon.
Neon.
Yeah.
Well, if you think you might know some people that can do some digging, we know that all of a sudden Tetsuo is going political.
Mm-hmm.
So if we can get
If
we can get somebody inside his fucking like campaign bullshit, that'd be great.
You know what my first thought was reading all of those stuff with that Joe sent?
Mm-hmm.
My first thought was to get in with Dio again, but this time with Neon.
Oh boy.
And use him as an in to get to Joseph, basically.
He doesn't know Neon.
He
He does not know Neon. So that was my first thought. We can work on that
Okay.
project if I get the okay.
Neon's totally his fucking type too.
Mm-hmm.
And Neon can put on the bimbo act. She's good at faking it.
Oh, dude, it would be a walk in the park for you or Kanako. It would just be such a cakewalk.
Yeah, like that would be the funniest conversation though. Like everybody's like meeting up, talking about things, talking about plans. The fucking tweets and shit start coming out about Dio and Joseph Diego, and you start like Neon's like, well, you can start going and like trying to find information about it, and you just see like Kaya and Legacy just like this fucking asshole again.
This fucker
And we can
again.
give you all the information you would even need to start.
Mm-hmm. Everything.
Okay, so I'll work on. So my plan is flirt with Dio, get in to maybe like get an invite to his place, and then use that to get an in with Joseph Diego.
Oh.
That's my goal.
So I will say that can work. That can work. And it is a big shot. But I like your moxie. I like the cut of your jib. But I would say that if you would have to dedicate maybe to one, get Dio's attention, and then
That won't be hard.
You just have to get in front of him. You have to get in front of him, and then you have to get him when he is not in front of a camera, or at least not in front of a rolling camera. Yep, that's a good one. That's a safe bet. There's that the steps to this are, yeah, get him when he's away from cameras or off the air. Get in front of him, because you can just kind of sway back and forth, and he will more than likely want to have an exchange of philosophical ideas. To treat you as an interlocutor, you might say. But the next step of that would be, you want to get into his house, or like get info from him, or kind of pick his brain about Tetsuo. Like, what is like the main step from there? Because it's easy enough to do the first two.
Get an invite to wherever he's hosting the
Like
the
some kind
show.
of like some kind of some kind of soiree or whatever, where just movers and shakers hang out, because the thought is he is going to be the good press for Joseph Diego.
Yeah.
So eventually, if you just keep tailing this clown, you'll run into Joseph Diego.
And then I can do time.
She wants to be a groupie, essentially, for TV Man.
Mm-hmm.
Closer than a groupie, but yeah.
If you stay close to this clown, eventually you'll find the circus.
I have plenty of fake IDs that I can use, basically. I have a fake ID I can use, I can...
And now you have
I
all
will-
this fancy
I will
cybernetics
give
to hide your
you-
identity.
Yep.
Okay, I'll give you this one. I'll give you this one for free. I can say, you take 2 of your fake IDs,
Okay.
and you teach Kaneko enough self-defense that she is able to deal with the common thug. She wouldn't be able to break free from someone like Lockhart or you.
Yeah.
But she could certainly deal with a big meathead kind of bodyguard, provided he's
That
not.
was the goal, yeah.
Yeah, provided this dude is not like cyber fitted out to the fucking nines, she can more than likely deal with him. So I'll say for the first week, you give her that base level of knowledge, and then for every day besides the 3 or whatever that you train her, you can kind of do some info diving and moving and shaking with your fake ID, and you could recruit Kaneko for help on days where you're not training, because she would be also invaluable at doing this. Because if there's one thing Dio loves, it's 2 bimbos for the price of 1.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
So,
This
so
guy
if
needs
you
to be
recruit
buried.
her,
Oh my God.
her, I would say that you could probably get into the Black Pyramid in
Easy.
like you after maybe 10 days, almost 2 weeks of what is basically back-to-back work. You would have trained Kaneko and then done some digging, built yourself a fake identity, then you fist bump Kaneko and walk into the Black Pyramid, and you have an opportunity to snipe your target.
Yep.
Okay, cool. That's this is basically Joe planning future sessions. So that's 1. Okay.
Deja vu, we had been to that place before. It is so the fringe.
So that is going to be the neon route. Circling back to Legacy. Did you think at all about the thing that I left you?
So 10% on a project per day.
Yes.
And then
Unless you push it. You can do more if you push it.
if I'm just skimming for highlights to then pass off to Lockhart,
Uh-huh.
could I just get the highlights for Did you say half a drive? Or full
Half a drive if you I'll say there's what, 6 hard drives?
Mhm.
I'll say you could do 1 hard drive a full day, because you're like, after the first day, it would take it's gonna be you struggling to figure out how to fucking code this thing for the first 8 hours, and then the back half of that day, the rest of the daylight, you figure it out and you're like, fuck yeah, and you immediately start flying through code, and the only thing that's standing between you and a fully mapped out, skimmed copy, like table of contents, is waiting for it to compile. So yeah, I'll say 1 day per hard drive.
Right, so she will take 2 days out of the week to have 2 full hard drives that she can pass off to Lockhart. That should give Lockhart plenty to do whenever she focuses in on the hard drives over the next week or 2.
Okay. Hard drive.
The rest of the week she will devote to her projects. I don't know which one I want to say I'm working on. I will go ahead and tell you, Joe, of the 3 options that you sent me, I will take option 2 with the minor effects.
Ah, yes. Yes.
Not option 3.
Fine.
Aiming to have 2 viruses and her blink technology done by the end of the month.
Okay. So you get to determine how what it is that Legacy does to push herself. Not past her breaking point, but definitely pushing yourself to the point that there is a noticeable change in Legacy.
I'm still considering that. I will have your answer by next session.
Fair. So hard drive, and then we have viruses, blink upgrade, and
also, once she figures out the blink upgrade, it shouldn't be too hard to at least do a temporary face scrambler laughing girl tech for Neon down the road. Because at that point she would have figured out her technology to a higher degree.
Yeah, and some of the work is already kind of done for you because you have those goggles. So that's hardware that you have accessible there, that is accessible to you. Like, it's not going to look pretty on Neon because it's their big old fucking weird biker goggles.
No,
but
they're not biker goggles.
They will work. They are functional.
They're her like weird holographic visor thing.
Oh yeah. Okay. So that is your goal. And Kaya, you are doing drone and
Finished
bracelets.
At one point when everyone met up, Kaya fucking passed out bracelets. She explains what they do. Please have them on you at all times.
What do they do?
You can activate them to send out an SOS to the other bracelets, and it will transmit your location to them, as long as they're in the same ward.
Oh, life alert.
Yep, it is the Saving Grace bracelet.
We'll write it down as life
Rip.
alert bracelet.
Rest in peace.
5, and then this is...
It's actually like angel wings is on the button. You turn and click the angel wings together on the bracelet, and that turns it on.
Lockhart is trained Marcus and sift through data, right?
Yep. The 2 different types of data. I do want to note, probably was really evident. Gonna look for that data number, file number, whatever, if possible, do those drives.
Absolutely. So you're looking for any mention of the Hex project?
Yep.
Do
Through
you share
any
anything about the
of...
Hex project?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll let you go ahead and explain that, Iris. Go ahead and tell them what you learned about the Hex project.
Okay. Let me go back to the notes again. I just remember flipping out about it. That's about it.
In or out of character?
Yes.
It's good that you're doing this, because Legacy would also have to, like, corner Lockhart for another conversation.
Wait, in character or out of character?
In character.
Oh, shit.
Mhm.
Fuck, how would Lockhart do this?
With an air of cool.
Yeah, I'm not cool.
Yeah, you are. You're awesome.
I mean, if you don't want to explain in character, you don't have to. Because I feel like we
Yeah,
always
yeah.
end up having to explain out of character.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna
Legacy
explain
will
it
have
out
an
of character.
in-character, quick conversation for you.
Mhm.
So, basically, there's this thing called the Hex Project, short for Human Export Project.
I don't know, like that name already.
Yeah, see, right? That was my thoughts. Let's see. The document outlines all the protections granted and basically immunizes Tetsuo from any liability if the person is incapacitated or otherwise incapable and/or lacking functional capacity. It referenced a document that's what Lockhart's trying to figure out right now, like a code of numbers, essentially, document that's really confidential. Remain confidential throughout this document. You can't share this info, and basically it's Tetsuo having multiple reasons to cover their ass and be like, yeah, it's not our fault. It's not our problem.
Okay. But
So-
nothing specific about what the project is, necessarily?
Yeah, no, just the document detailing, or this is what was said. The Hex Project is detailed in document XXXX and hitherto remains confidential throughout this document. So there's no information on what the actual project itself is, except the name, which is concerning in of itself.
So
Hence,
a name, a document, and the implication that it is highly dangerous because of how focused they are on protecting themselves legally.
yes, and it I'm not saying it alludes to, but it probably means you're gonna get fucked in the brain, essentially, if you get mentally fucked, or it
Well-
has a high potential to mentally fuck you.
All the things focused on the brain throughout all of this. Yeah. Cool. Fun. That's not at all gonna be a problem.
So yeah, Joe, do I find anything about this document?
In all of the hard drives?
Yes.
The 2 hard drives that I hand off to her.
So let me kind of rewind the clock a bit and ask about the time skip. I was going to skip just 1 week. If you want, we can skip to the end, like give you 1 or 2 days before the laboratory heist.
I would
In
say
like the time of events.
I would say at most a 2-week time jump.
2 weeks. Okay.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
we,
because
So
we
still
don't
have
know
2
if we need
weeks.
other stuff.
Yeah, we still have 2 weeks to do other
Okay.
shit if we need to do other shit based off what we learn.
Yeah.
Fair. Okay. So if we do the 2-week time jump, that gives Neon exactly enough time to have a Black Pyramid infiltration attempt on Dio's inner circle.
Ooh, next session, Black Pyramid with Neon.
Yes, that is what I am anticipating the next session to be. I will say we'll do a 2-week time skip instead of 1-week time skip if you are all okay with it.
Do we get to do more stuff?
Yeah, I assume that all of the time you would have is going to be dedicated to the same projects in the same priority. So I would say that would give you another week on the drone, which I think you got 25% done in 1, 2, 4, and then that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which means you could finish the drone if you use the entire second week for it.
And would that leave the rest of the time? Would that be enough time to do motorcycle?
Yes, you would have 2 weeks before the heist. And like 2 weeks approximately before the heist that you would have to. Are you teaching motorcycle or building motorcycle?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I will say that you could do both in that amount of time.
Okay. So yeah, I'd be down with 2 week if everyone else is.
Piper has some questions.
Yes.
Sorry, in the mouth, so I didn't interrupt.
No, you're good. This is the time to interrupt.
Okay. Well, I typed them out, but basically,
Sorry.
yeah, no. So fake IDs, they bypass basic security. I was wondering if I could get one that's stronger. It could stand up to harder scrutiny, and if so, what would that cost? Basically, backdating, fake information like insurance, health, that sort of thing.
Okay, so let me ask you this: do you want an extra one that is if you have fake ID A and fake ID B, they have different names, right?
Right.
Do you want this one to be fake ID C and have all the back information, or do you want it to be background information for fake ID A and B, or
Fake
one
ID A and
of
B.
two?
One I already have.
Okay. Then you could do it, like the money that you would make from training Neon, you could just put directly towards it and have it in that amount of time. Like after by the end of the week, you could piecemeal dole out the money, and at the end of it have a complete historical, much more thorough false identity that it would fail to it wouldn't stand up to scrutiny if there were like multiple people like digging into it all at once, but for just like going into a plane or going into a different country, buying tickets to somewhere, like
just
that sort of thing.
Joseph Diego scanners, because he has those eye scanners that search you in that search you on a database. So
yes, it would pull
here.
up. It would work to pull those up. It would. The information he gets would be so detailed and thorough. He would have to really, really dive to get anything that doesn't seem right. But it would take time. It would definitely take a lot longer for him to find that. So yes, I would say that you could do one of those. So let me mark this down. Then I need to mark down Ben Getty doctor appointment, Marcus.
Still need to talk to Voloska at some point.
I was gonna suggest him as another one for you to talk to, Kaya. Voloska is he's got a PhD. He's a pretty educated dude. You don't know this in character.
Can you repeat that? I heard Kai and I tuned back in.
Iris said, "Yeah, I still need to talk to Voloska at some point," and I was saying, "Yeah, I was gonna suggest him as one of the other wizened people to consult, because he is You wouldn't know this, like, in character, but he has a penchant for philosophy, specifically, like, the old shit. Because it makes him feel sophisticated, but...
It's not like his character
surprised.
questions.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Looking at his character questions.
There is some down-to-earth, like, bluntness about him that would probably be good.
Yeah, so next session that might be on Kaya's radar of just talk to someone older, therefore wiser.
Cool.
Maybe Rat, maybe Veloska, maybe fucking both. Who the fuck knows? Maybe neither of them if she's that fucked up.
Mm-hmm. Then we got Look and Getty. He's got 1 day for code.
He's reading.
Check papers. And he's got 2.
So would Lockhart be able to get through both hard drives theoretically in the 2 weeks?
Both? You mean all 6?
Well, the 2 that she has already spent time to grab the highlights for.
Yeah. Yes. You would be able to, like, deep dive all the highlights and get all the lowdown information that comes off of those 2.
Would that take her the full 2 weeks? Or does Legacy need to decrypt another one right now?
I would say that I'll give you the decrypting for free, so you don't have to decrypt
well, I mean,
anymore.
Not decrypting. Preliminary stage.
I will say with training Marcus, that would take the remaining couple days, unless Lockhart wanted to pull another all-nighter or 2.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why not. She's not really doing much else. She's actually kind of in a lull right now, technically.
I will warn you before you say that, because Joe has offered me similar options, but when you start saying you're pulling all-nighters, you're gonna have an actual trade-off.
Won't you shake this poor sinner's hand?
Yep.
I just feel bad because, like, literally Lockhart's the least busy currently. That's the thing.
Hey, I mean, you're taking up the info sifting, so Legacy doesn't have to do it right now. Because if you weren't doing it, Legacy would be having to do it, and she wouldn't get her other shit done.
Yeah.
The only thing, and, like, I know I said it's a really minor thing with the whole motorcycle stuff, but I kind of wanted to have, like, at least basic knowledge before the heist, just in case we needed an extra vehicle.
I think you are.
Yeah.
I think he said by the end of the month, you'll have it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just won't have it in these first 2 weeks.
Correct. By the end of the 4 weeks that we're kind of dealing with, Kaya would have, in that time, on the tail end of those two weeks leading up to it, you would have a basic grasp of motorcycle riding. And you're not going to be pulling any crazy stunts without a high amount of risk. I was going to say you're not going to be pulling any crazy stunts, but I don't want to discourage you from trying an Akira slide because that's cool as fuck.
There's only been one Akira slide in this campaign. We need more.
This is true. It's literally the back of this campaign is held up by Akira slides. I forget what I was saying. Yeah, but you will have a functional motorcycle knowledge. Basically a novice rider. Okay. So you won't worry about, like, falling off or making checks every 5 seconds you're on a bike.
Okay. I will
Dive.
What is the offer if I do pull all-nighters? What is the offer?
So I offer this. This is a blanket offer for anyone who wants to push themselves to accomplish more in that same amount of time. There's two sort of levels. The first real step up is if you exhaust yourself a little bit, you are either going to take some penalty physically or some penalty emotionally / mentally, whichever. Yeah. And I will let you pick, but the nature of pulling an all-nighter, quote unquote, or the nature of working 16-hour days to accomplish all your goals is tough, right? So you're either going to end up with like popped calluses at the end of the day, or popped blisters at the end of the day, and cuts all over your hands from working constantly, or you are going to have bags under your eyes and a really surly ass attitude. Minor penalties. It'd basically be me imposing disadvantage at appropriate times where that sort of thing would have an impact. So if you're trying to come off as persuasive in some way, it's like you don't have the patience for this. You don't have the patience for this at all. Alternatively, that could work in your advantage, because if you're surly enough and pissed off enough, you might be able to get someone out of the fucking way. So it's a again, this is why I like the more narrative kind of shoot from the hip.
Damn, you don't need to, but I'm tempted to take that now because it just fits.
The second option.
The second
option fits.
The second option is you push yourself.
Oh no.
Like basically up to and over the breaking point.
Uh-oh.
Not like way over, but you push yourself past the point where you are now physically and emotionally compromised in some way. So you are finishing out the 2-week period or however long, and you not only have cuts and scrapes and scratches all over yourself, you are also barely standing up on 2 feet from exhaustion and really pissed off. It is an intense level of exhaustion. To give you a sort of comparison in D&D speak, the minor one is like a kind of babyer form of 1 level of exhaustion, where you don't have disadvantage on every single ability check, just kind of most. And the second type of pushing yourself would be like 3 levels of exhaustion, where you are really, really tired, but crossed off everything on your list. I'm also not going to say like the quality in any of your work suffers or whatever, because you just get everything that you're asking for in a shorter amount of time.
I'm all for taking the 1 level exhaustion, essentially. Just, I was wondering more like what would I gain from doing the 1 level exhaustion over not kind of thing.
That depends on what you want to do with the extra time. You could take an entire hard drive of undecrypted files from Legacy and sift through it.
Like without the highlights. Without the
the
table
highlight.
of contents.
That would just be you manually going through every single fucking thing in there.
Sure.
Lockhart breaks into Benghetti's Red Bull stash.
I hate this shit.
I will throw you a bone to Iris. I will say that because Lockhart is a trained bureaucratic, just white collar office worker by trade, she can for the price of just the minor exhaustion, go through 2 entire hard drives in what would amount to 1 day's worth. One exceptionally long day with multiple coffee breaks.
Yes. That sounds exactly like, working a white collar job.
As someone who works a white collar job, it is. It is like that.
Wow, it's almost like being back at work again.
But yes, that is my offer to you and to anyone else. You need not accept, because in 4 weeks' time you will have most everything on your list. If you want extra time and you want to get extra stuff, though, then you know where to find me.
For transparency for everyone else, the Legacy is doing, over the course of the month, the minor one as well, so that she can get things.
I just don't know what else Kaya could do.
Well, it looks like Neon's working up to like, can I have the motorcycle? Yep.
Yep. I figured it would be better to go in a vehicle that wasn't registered to Neon.
One that's registered to some fucking schmuck and God knows where now.
I figured I could move some cash around to fix that.
True, you could. I was gonna say, like, that dude,
Look.
he's not gonna report it stolen.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can move some cash around and kind of have that just pushed away into the background. You go through a period of just mind-numbingly frustrating DMV lines, where you lose like 2.5 brain cells from just standing and listening to them count numbers and letters and number-letter combinations in a fucking random order. You swear to God, there's no sense to it. Why is AA after D? Why? But then E is after AA.
Yeah, I get it. I've been to the DMV. I get it.
But you can easily do that with cash.
Might be a good idea to do that, since I'm going hard on this persona aspect.
Are you going to, like, you can, if you want, you can write up like a just half-assed backstory of like
I
some
would do that.
edgelord shitheel character who be like, this is me, Blades McQueen.
Oh my god. So you got several bikes
You
to
would
fix up into working order.
Yeah, you would have to ask Lockhart for the bike, though, because it's not Kaya's, they are Lockhart's. You just offered Kaya fresh pick of parts.
Yep.
So that you'd have to ask Lockhart before you go planning and moving money around.
Yeah.
What you got for me? What you got
Better
for me, Leon?
chances at fucking over Joseph Diego,
Also, better coffee.
and also probably better coffee. If I can snag you a bag while I'm gone.
Just like look at the can of Red Bull and then look at the closet that has boxes of Red Bull, and you're just like, it's that or water, please. Coffee, please.
You know, that excuse can't work every time. Just saying.
Sure it can.
Half the time it works, every time.
Sure it can. You want to fuck over Joseph just as much as I do, so.
Gonna buy stuff though, but okay,
Oh,
fine.
you can buy stuff. You can buy stuff.
You
Okay,
have to
no,
buy
sell it
some
and
fine.
buy stuff.
It's fine. You can have to buy it. It's okay.
You have 3 motorcycles.
I have one. Well,
have one?
Two, technically.
Yeah, two.
One she gave to
Kaya.
Kaya for parts, and then
One
okay.
I was gonna keep, and the other I was gonna sell.
Yeah, wait, so like,
Sell
Kaya
it.
already has, Joe, just to clarify, Kaya already has parts that she bought beforehand for her own bike. Would she be able to just use those parts instead?
Yeah.
To
I
build
was
her
gonna
bike?
like,
That's what I was
the
assuming.
spare bike that you have, I assumed you were gonna cannibalize it and use extra stuff to upgrade your bike or whatever. But you could just give that bike back and still end up with a full motorcycle at your disposal.
Yeah, because I remember you were like, you can spend 3 cash to have like a bike, or you can spend 4 to have a good, really good bike. And I was like, you know what? 4 for a good bike.
Mm-hmm.
So Kai would probably just like look over the parks, compare them, be like, well, there's pros and cons, but I kind of like these better, and they're not. They're like on par. So Lockhart would have all of the bikes still.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, you can have one of the bikes. Can I sell the other one, potentially?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, you can sell a motorcycle.
Cool.
It would get you. It would net you 3 cash.
Okay. Cool. So yeah, you can have one, Leon.
Thank you.
I'll have you know, I'm giving you a fucking steal. I'm giving you sticker price in this player's handbook.
I'm gonna buy a cheap can of paint and I'm gonna give it a paint job.
I'm
Hell
sure
yeah.
you can just ask Kaya to dip it into an electrolyte. Like,
Okay.
electrolyte. I forgot the term for it, but you know the thing. The cool thing.
Electrolyze
Yeah.
thing? Yeah.
Electrolysis.
I imagine you just have like a fucking super future magic paint, peel, and reapply new coat gun.
Yeah, she is a motorcycle girl. Come to her for your motorcycle needs.
I'll say that for the motorcycle
Power
stuff
washer
that you...
motorcycle style.
Oh god.
Yes.
I will say that for all the motorcycle stuff, you can go to Rat's garage, and like we can do like a whole scene with that because her garage is kitted the fuck out for motorcycle DLC. So you can reach out to Rat and have her lend you some space.
Yes.
Could we potentially hire that?
For
what?
For
what?
Well,
yes.
I mean...
Why?
Yes, from Joe. You'd have to ask Kaya. And for what?
Well, I mean, just make sure this motorcycle's really cool, really good.
Fucking Kaya's not enough for you? Okay.
I was saying because Kaya has like a bajillion projects. Do you want another project?
Well, I mean, this is...
No, the motorcycle's accounted for.
Yeah.
Accounted for.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
but
Kaya
what
can have
about
everything
Lockhart's
finished.
motorcycle?
That's...
You just...
It doesn't take
You're
long.
just gonna get what you get.
It's like a car
Right?
wash. It's like a car wash.
You know what? We can ask Rat to look over the bike to make sure...
Put it on Rat's to-do list.
Yeah, we shall ask Rat next session. Be like, yo, the safe...
So,
Kaya's
just to
building
give
her bike.
the you're gonna roll up with this street neon, like glowing, sickly green, NOS powered bike, and Rat is the type who rides like an old hog, right? Like the rumbly, shaky type of motorcycle. She's gonna look at that and be like, "What kind of piece of shit? This is disgusting."
Kai just nods. Yeah, I imagined just because of color association, Lockhart would want the yellow one.
Yes, please.
Yeah. The trauma bike.
So, rerouting us back
Mm-hmm.
to finalizing plans.
Mm-hmm.
For legacy shit. So she's handing off the 2 that she's highlighted to Lockhart. Lockhart's taking a 3rd one to just power through.
Yep.
Okay, so it leaves 3.
Sorry, she's taking 3 and 4. She's taking a 3rd and 4th one to power through because I gave her that one for extra because she's a bureaucrat.
Okay. Leaves 2.
Yes.
Legacy did not touch 3 and 4. She did not
Mhm.
spend any time on those 2.
Correct.
Could Legacy... So that essentially leaves almost 2 weeks that Legacy's been working on her other shit.
Uh-huh.
She should be able to have one of them done, right? Before
Yeah,
Pyramid Heist.
I was gonna say
and then finish the other 2
you're...
before the big heist.
Yeah, so because you're pushing yourself, you can have one of the 2 viruses or the blink upgrade after this time skip.
Okay.
Just let me know what you pick.
Yeah. I think I'll do the jump and jack one.
Hell yeah.
That seems like a good idea. Because
That-
Piper had a
That
second
one...
question.
Oh, what is the other question?
If I bought a shard card, could Legacy hack through it through wherever I am, basically? If I were to purchase one.
You know, I'm gonna need to think on it, but I want to tentatively say yes, but it would be like slightly delayed on Legacy's end, because it would be Legacy going into the open net all the way across from there to your shard card. So it's possible there's just a little bit of lag, but you're basically working with like proto net running at that point, which is like, I mean, hey, that's better than lugging around a gigantic metal chair.
Potentially means jump and jack would be very, very easy.
Yes, because you could use a virus through that medium.
Okay.
I imagine Neon and Legacy just sat down and like, okay, here's what I can do. What can you do?
Oh, just wait until
Let's put the brains together.
Pause. Does Neon have cybernetic eyes currently?
He has
you
the
have
goggles.
Yeah, you have the
Yeah.
goggles.
Okay. Yeah. Like, you're gonna get pulled aside whenever Legacy finishes her fucking blink upgrade. You're gonna be subject A.
We can open up a text RP and do that over the week.
Yeah.
Oh, we have 2 weeks potential for all the stuff.
Yeah.
None of us
Yeah.
are gonna have time for it though. That's the sad truth.
Yeah, we can work on that one. Though the blink upgrade would not be finished until after the pyramid.
Yeah, I would say that if you wanted to have like a roleplay scene, you could have a prototype version of the blink upgrade, just so you could have the flavorful interaction of like, I'm working on this thing. All right, it's a little fucked up, but it'll work.
I stole some of Kaya's aluminum to make this. She hasn't found out yet. Quickly,
Don't
test
tell
it
her.
quick before she comes back.
Listen, if you fucking sell me out, we're gonna have words.
Legacy does not want to be in physical altercations, and most of these fuckers seem to have cybernetic eyes. So blink it is.
I'm not gonna lie to you. That's gonna be pretty fucking good. I'm really excited
Just
for the next big...
peace symbol and then blink gone. In reality, she is just hauling ass down the hallway.
I gotta make the meme.
Oh, my next question.
Mhm.
Separate phone, possibly encrypted? Question mark.
Yes. Encrypted... Yeah, I mean, you could do that.
I mean, Legacy.
It
can
wouldn't.
help a
It's
little
not gonna
bit
make
with
it
that.
like perfectly shatterproof, right? It's not gonna make it 100% guaranteed
Yeah.
hack proof, but it will definitely. It'd be a lot more secure than one with a 4-digit lock.
Well,
I was thinking
and-
about getting an encrypted one for me, and then using my current phone, and then switching that over to Persona, to New ID.
Okay. Yeah. That makes sense.
As you can see, I'm really prepping for this.
And
How much would that
No,
run
this
me?
is good. I'm hoping that all of the stuff that I prepare will take all of those resources and give you a chance to use them. So I'm excited to see how this goes.
I was gonna say that, like,
What were you
if
saying,
you're
Zeke?
working on like encryption and stuff on phones, Legacy's phone is not like top of the line security, but because it's her arm and she's a hacker, it's got some decent security. She could probably help with the phone a little bit.
Make it a little cheaper, yeah.
Yeah, in a similar way to like Kaya being able to help with the bike.
Yeah. I
How much would it
assume
run me?
I'll say one cash. If you
I'll take it.
If you already have a phone,
Yeah.
you can just have her encrypt it. It'll take like a cash and some time.
And then I'll just have like a second phone for my persona that has the encrypted phone for me, basically. Yeah, okay. I will gladly pay that price.
Okay.
Yeah, encrypting a phone is probably fucking vacation time in Legacy's head compared to the other shit she's doing.
Yeah,
I figured I'm gonna need a secure line should something happen.
You're
Yeah.
you're going to you're gonna be like half awake on can ? Out of X Red Bull, just like groggily encrypting a phone, and you fall asleep and wake up, and then you fall asleep and wake up. That's the end, the tail end of the week is like I save the easiest thing for last because I will have -1 brain cell.
Every time she wakes up, there's like a plate of food in a container in front of her.
So,
Awesome.
question. How is Marcus progressing though?
He is progressing very well. You don't have to roll for it now. So in Marcus's free time, he did go to the gym. And Marcus was a strong dude before, right? He had muscle on him. Training with you, he's sort of taken a different mentality to it. He is a lot more lean and a lot more like dense with muscle. So before he honestly looked a lot more like kind of like a wholesome soft boy with the like little muscle curve. And now he's like burgeoning on like really fit. It is like scary how you have like beat into him a like Bruce Lee ass mentality of fight and work. He is gone through a physical and mental change.
So has his stamina increased as well?
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
So if that's the case,
please tell me the mental change is just towards the fucking gym life.
He's also gotten a lot better at kicks. His footwork is a lot more light. His kick strength is a lot higher. He is very much a fan of low kicking. But he's like the man has picked up fighting and ran with it.
So it's like the fucking the scene in Edge Runner, freaking David punches the punching bag kind of thing. But anyways,
I think everybody else has seen that, so
I know.
spoilers.
He's basically picked up the basic forms and whatever, and he's consistent, very consistent.
Yes.
I want to start teaching him disabling, if possible. So
like arm bars, arm locks,
yeah,
chokeholds.
like more of essentially that, yeah. Like actual teaching him actual techniques now, I guess, rather than just consistent basics kind of thing. So.
Yeah, okay. We can set aside some time to roll through that because it'll be harder to teach him that, but through the basics, he's excelling.
Okay.
And he has. I need to give you.
He's
I
gonna
need
have
to
to
give Lockhart
explain this
bunch
change
of
to
fucking
Legacy
lore.
at some point.
Yeah, Legacy. Over the course of however many times you see him, after about a week, he would be noticeably like his clothing fits differently, and he eats a lot differently. And he 100% seems way more intense. Like he this is gonna sound worse than it is, but he doesn't have like the kind of goofy sort of half smile, half nervous look on his face anymore. He's typically very like a very flat affect. It sounds worse than it is. It sounds like he has lost his spark of joy, but I promise he hasn't. It's just his resting face.
Lockhart! You bitch!
Wait, what did I miss?
She doesn't break spirits, okay? She just makes them stronger.
Golden
What
Retriever's
did
not
she
a
do to
golden
Marcus?
retriever anymore.
Hey,
What happened
hey!
to Marcus? Someone answer me.
I stated it last time we talked about this. She's not trying to break him. She's just trying to toughen him up a bit, okay?
So Amy, I was saying like it's gonna sound worse than it is, but Marcus, like he kind of had as a resting face a somewhere between like goofy, partially confused, like a little bit happy, like kind of a dork but lovable dork expression. His sort of resting expression now is more flat. He has a much more flat affect. He is not like less happy. He is still the happy person, but he has a much more intense look on his like resting face, and he has sort of hit this point where he is very able to like zen focus. But it like in the it's going to look to the untrained eye as though he may have lost his spark of joy.
He's not outwardly happy.
Yeah, he looks just like, oh no. We see him just standing there, like looking at his phone, neutral expression, like cough cough resting bitch face. Lockhart, what did you do to him? He opens his mouth and talks. Oh, he's fine.
That change will have made Legacy.
Oh yeah, this is the type of thing where it's like he gets a text on his phone, placid, flat look, reads it, flips through his phone a little bit, puts it in his pocket. Affect doesn't change, and like that's his interaction. Whereas before he'd be like, and like he kind of like tilt his head back and forth and raise his eyebrows and kind of like be more like fluid and emotive. And now he just is much more intense in his affect. But yeah, and like he opens his mouth and it's still Marcus. He's like, oh, hey, sorry if I come off as a little rude. I've been told that I'm a little bit more rude looking lately, which I don't know what that means.
Yeah, we're worried. Kai would be. I imagine Kai does not see Marcus unless he comes over to the apartment.
That would be a stark change.
Yeah.
Yeah, Legacy has not brought him to the apartment. She has generally gone to him, or Kaya may have seen them like out to lunch or something. Like Legacy may have like invited her along at some point. Legacy has noticeably been like, he doesn't come in here. But yeah, no, that cool. I know one of the issues Legacy's having now.
Oh boy, then he opens his mouth and it's still Marcus. Okay.
Paranoia.
Mhm.
You guys don't understand the level of paranoid Legacy is on a day-to-day basis. This shit. Oh no.
Blame Joe.
I blame Lockhart.
I love how Marcus is fine. He just doesn't have his like usual affect. He's fine. But he looks super not fine.
I pointed out it was just toughing it up, not breaking him.
I don't fucking care, bitch.
And also, this is Joe's choice, not mine. How far it went.
You're the one that's like, you volunteered the, I'm gonna fucking annoy him and get him pissed off and try to do. You volunteered that information, ma'am.
Yeah, and
Your fault.
okay, I'm just saying, if you want him to be less effective at protecting people, that's fine. That's fine by me.
It's your
I'm
fault.
just trying to do my job, okay?
Hello, buddy. What's up?
Okay. So what we have, Black Pyramid heist that needs to happen.
Mhm.
We have Kaya and rat scene at garage that needs to happen.
I knew it! I fucking knew it!
We have
I fucking knew it!
what?
Sorry. Joe's DMing me.
I sent Iris a DM.
Share with the class.
Onesie.
Hydrax had all the information on the Hex project.
That's what he
Oh.
found. That's
so
why
your guess was right, Iris, about who it concerns.
Well, I don't know on that, but fucking,
Okay.
I'm like, I don't think I'm gonna find this information on the drives.
Yeah. Other shit on the drives, I'm sure.
Sorry.
yeah.
Sorry.
So, Black Pyramid, Kaya Rat. We'll do, I guess, a text RP for Neon and Legacy playing with prototype Blink Drive. Was there a specific RP thing for Lockhart?
You fucker.
She's not even paying attention. Okay, cool.
Sorry.
Um,
Specific RP, yeah, sure.
See,
Kick
still
Joe's ass.
did not even hear the actual question. Just heard like 2 words out of the question. Iris,
What?
focus.
Focusing.
Joe's
What's
an
up?
asshole. We understand. You can leave him alone for 2 minutes.
Ugh.
What's up?
Was there a specific interaction that Lockhart needed, either text RP or for like next session?
I mean, if Kaya wanted to RP the motorcycle training and also RPing with Marcus, I guess. But besides that, I don't think there's anything. Wait, depends on what's on the stuff. Might talk to Bengali about it.
Yeah, I imagine any
So-
like information Joe's about to DM will be later,
Yeah.
not
Correct.
in this like next 2-week section and into next session.
I thought it
Yeah.
was going to be over the 2 weeks. That's what I thought.
You will get information over the course of the 2 weeks, but
Mhm.
like you'll I imagine. Well, okay, maybe Lockhart wouldn't, but Iris would. But I'm going to send you a laundry list of info about the Hex project and what documents are covered, or what is covered in the documents that Hijack found. And the hard drive stuff will come after that, because Ben Getty's to-do list is arranged so that he translates that first, because it would take time, but he can do it, so he's going to just get it out of the way. And then he is going to shift gears to a different task.
I think that's it for now.
Yeah. Oh, there's one thing. This doesn't like mean anything in any great sense, but I'm going to upload it here because this would eventually come up, and I don't want to wait for the reveal, but I got a better face claim for Hijack.
Oh?
So this...
Ow. Fuck off, dog.
After picking up some of the demands from Legacy, where he's recruiting hackers and also helping sift through some of the having helped sift through some of the data in those hard drives, and also inventing some viruses. Hijack has kind of let his facial hair grow out a bit, but this is the Hijack face claim without a helmet.
Huh.
Yeah, that's it. It's not important, but I was like, I was excited about this because it's more of a detailed face than helmet head.
I like it. It works.
Hell yeah.